Hello everyone, welcome at the qualifiers of Women Speed Chess Championship 2023, powered by Julius Baer. I am your host, Master Kateryna Lagno, and I'm joined here today with chess expert, Grandmaster Arthur's Nations. Hello Arthurs, how are you today?
Hey, Katie, it's awesome, of course, to be back for the day two of the Women's Pitches Championship qualifiers, knockout stage. You're also an expert, Katie. By the way, it's not just me, right? Both of us, we are grandmasters. But I believe that the games of the qualifying matches are about to start like in a couple of minutes. So what do? I guess we go through very quickly of some of the most important information, what to expect from today, because here we see these are the 6 invited players who are already waiting for the 2 qualifiers in the main event. Kateryna Lagno, the reigning champion, Ho Yifan, the second highest rated player in the history of chess and 4-time world champion, chess queen Alexandra Kostyuk, also 2021 World Cup winner, speeches expert Valentina Gunina, one of the strongest Indian players, Harika Dranavali, and of course the young sensation from India and the recent winner of the FIDE Women Grand Swiss, Vaishali.
Vaishali is the one who actually announced that she is looking forward to play Women's Speed Chess Championship, and now she's traveling from Isle of Man back to India to get ready for her first matches at the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Arthurs, yesterday we had the Swiss format. We had about 70 participants, title players from around the world, and today at the knockout system we have only 8 players. And what is the format today?
All right, so the format today, it's a knockout. And essentially the difference between the winners and losers bracket is that the players in the winners bracket, or those who qualified, those who finished in the yesterday's Swiss tournament in the first 4 places, they basically have an extra life. I mean, they have to be eliminated twice. So if somebody from the winners bracket gets a loss in their mini match, they are relegated to the losers bracket. And eventually the winner of both winners and losers bracket will qualify for the main event.
That is true, and what is very important in this tournament, it is the time. And today we have a bit of different time control. We're gonna have 3 segments, 5+1, 3+1, and then my favorite 1+1. Arthurs, what do you think? Which of these segments are the crucial for the players?
I think all of them, probably. It's quite difficult to tell who is going to be better at what time control. In general, I think it's going to serve as a very nice appetizer before the main meal, right? The main meal, of course, is the main event when all the players will get to play the same time control, a proven formula for Chess.com Speeches Championships over the past years. Today they're going to play 2 games of every single time control, and in case there will be a necessity, there might be a special Armageddon game.
That is true, and we also have very interesting tie break rules here for the knockout system. Arthurs, what do you think about a single bidding Armageddon game in general?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, and I'm very, very happy to see that this has been practice. The players have a chance to bid every time they want to have a game, and then eventually the player who selects the lowest amount of time. For example, let's say one player says 4 minutes 59, the other player plays 4 minutes 58, then that's the player who has to choose the clock. Right? I'm not really sure if they should go white or black, or pretty sure we are getting there, because match being so competitive, players are high level. I would be really surprised if we would not have a single Armageddon today.
That's right. We might actually witness the Armageddon, and let's talk a little bit about the prices. What we have over here, it is 2,500 USA dollar for the qualifiers only, but the main event has $72,500. And today we're gonna have 2 qualifiers, which will get the right to play in the main event, and they will get a cash of $500, which is quite nice. And Arthurs, we do have the prices for all the 8 players.
This means that they already have earned something for hard work of several hours. Of course, the main event features a massive amount of prizes, which I believe is an increase compared to last year. It keeps increasing every year, and once again, special thanks to the Julius Baer for promoting women's chess. It's always great to see that.
It is.
Well, Kitty, are you rooting for one of the players?
Well, as a commentator, I always tell myself right before the tournament that I cannot have any favorite. This can be unfair to all the participants. First of all, I'm really good friends of like most of them, and second of all, this is my job, and I don't have rights to support and to be a fan girl of any of the players, but there's always very interesting things happening. For instance, we have one of the participants today, Dinara Wagner, who plays for a German team, and we have the information that she's playing this competition from the airport. So this is something very interesting. I wish her the best of the luck. I wish her to have this stable internet at the airport. What do you think about this? What are her chances?
Imagine you have to go through the security check. Just a second. I have to play the bullet game right now. I mean, wait for this. Okay, this is going to be really challenging for Dinara. I understand she's en route for what? The European Team Chess Championship, is it?
That is right. And Team Germany is one of the teams which are well packed with the players, and they are very good friends as well. So I suppose there's also a fair play check-in that Chess.com arbiters are right now with Dinara. We got the information from them, and the games will start in few seconds probably, or just in a minute, and would be very interesting to see how Dinara will play against Bagim Tohijanova.
All right, and the games will be played simultaneously, so in case one of the games are finished, we're going to jump right back to the next one. And my suggestion, Katie, is that we are going to start, since we just talked about Dinara, let's start with her game against Gulrubek Tokajanova, two very strong players, and they are the two players of the so-called losers bracket, and the games have started, and we have a Sicilian game on the board.
Oh, I love this. Dinara plays Sicilian. Dinara also plays Catalan with white, and I copycat her opening, refer to her. Every time I play chess, I play like her, because I know that she's well prepared in the openings, and very often she surprises. However, we have this rook to g1. I love that move more.
How about rook g1? What is this, Kerry? Because if you go back to the previous position, I think that every single legal move in this position has been tried out. I mean, rook g1, h3, h4, g3, f3, f4, a3, a4, knight b3, bishop c4, bishop e2, bishop d3, bishop e3, bishop g5, queen f3, queen d3, bishop d2, I think I forgot. So anyway, I mean, this is the position where, I mean, the players are coming up with brand new ideas. But rook g1, okay, I have to confess, I'm a big fan of this idea, because g4, g5, this is sending a very strong message for black. I'm not here to toy, I'm here for business.
Yeah, Arthurs, you just got me these flashbacks of the interview of Hikaru Nakamura. I interviewed him and he started to talk about chess, and I was like, what he is talking about? Is this his game or like something else? Yeah, chess players. Okay, g4, g5 on the board. Do you think we're going to have a sharp kingside attack?
I think so, yeah. Now after h6, I think white should just slam g takes on h6, drop the pawn on h2. Let's say something like g takes, queen d2, long castle, pretend the pawn on h2 doesn't exist, and then try to rip apart the center with f4, e5, because now black is already committed, because you can't really castle short, right? h4, probably it's also a good move, but I was expecting more the capture on h6.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Now, white is thinking to take with the bishop or take with the pawn. If white takes with the pawn, then it leaves h-file open for the rook. So bishop g5 has been captured, and the engine is not a big fan of this move.
Yeah, that is a bit strange. right? A bit strange choice to play for bishop g5, but again, we can't really criticize the players because they are already improvising right here after the opening. Now knight c6, Wagner immediately exploits that the bishop on g7 is such a powerful bishop, hits the knight on d4, which is not really feeling they're secure, and that's precisely the reason why the American woman grandmaster retreats with the knight back to b3, back to the safety.
That's right. And also in Sicilian, it is actually very good to trade as much pieces as possible for black that reduce the tension on the board, and the endgame are usually quite pleasant for black. It is interesting how black is going to castle the king. Which side? Long side or short side? What do you think, Arthurs?
Yeah, I guess the long side, because short side feels to be slightly suicide, because this is essentially why white played g4, g5, try to open up to g file and the potential king side attack. Knight e5, Katie, slightly surprises me because I think this is basically inviting white to play f4, right? And I think that right now Gulro Beckham is trying to figure out why she's doing this, and instead she plays the more modest bishop e2, but I think f2, f4 was, almost screaming to be played.
I love that idea, and also this bishop being on c4 would create more pressure on f7 square, so f4 bishop c4 would be also my choice here with white. But anyway, bishop e2 is the move that sort of stops the things happening. Maybe it's time to develop the queen side here for black, maybe bishop e6, that actually has been played, queen c7, and perhaps long castle.
Yeah, I think both players are definitely castling long. Maybe here something like h5 makes sense. But then again, are you really concerned about this weak pawn on h4? I would not be. I'll be thinking about castling long as quickly as possible. Play f4, knight e5, e5, f5, f6, whatever. Try to get to the black king. And this is precisely what Kateryna is doing.
This seems not to be the best move according to the engine. Queen to d2. What can be the reason? The first thing what comes to my head is maybe just takes the squares from the bishop, like f6 or moves like that to target dark square bishop, but we're not winning too much with that. Oh, we are winning a pawn. f6, bishop goes back on e3 or f4, and rook h4 can be captured, and we know that the chess engine is very materialistic.
This is never happening, Katie. I don't think that Dinar is even looking at the pawn on h4, because f6 would imprison the bishop on g7. Instead, she goes b5. Slightly risky choice, because now the king on e8, Katie, is not going to be feeling really well about the opportunities to cast the long way. So Dinar's idea is to play b4, open up the bishop on g7, and somehow try to get to the pawn on b2.
Oof, I love Sicilian. It's so much tension on the board, a lot of traps and ideas here. a4 has been played. Usually this move is not so good because white is never too strong on the queen side. Knight to c4, attacking now the queen. And you know what? If you give me light square bishop c4, I can take with the pawn on c4 and open up the b file for the rook.
And I think that Kateryna simply missed this idea. I think she expected that after a4, black is going to respond with b4. She wanted to continue with knight d5. I think knight c4 is a major surprise to her, because now obviously she's thinking about what to do. Queen c1 retreat makes no sense, because if she now takes on c4, b takes on c4, as you correctly indicated, Katie, it weakens all the light squares in white's position.
But what else white could do? Knight to c1, look how discoordinated the white's pieces are. If I'm white at this point, I always think, why I played rook to g1 at the first play? Why don't just castle normally on the king side? Knight f3 was a serious and deadly threat for white.
And the engine says, Katie, yuck, don't do this today. This is terrible. And looking at white's king's position, I think that white is suffering the same fate as the black king. There is no safe passage. Queen b6 hits the pawn on b2. I think here Kateryna is in major danger. Maybe she already needs to sacrifice the pawn on b2, try to normalize the position with moves like knight e2, king f1, f4, f5, maybe try somehow change the course of the game.
I do love this idea to maybe get this knight on e2 square. She's going for that, and the moment black captures the b2 pawn to play rook to b1 and to activate this rook on b file, rook b7 will be somewhere very, very interesting because the pawn on e7 will hang. So black is taking now some time to think what should be played at this point. I like knight g4 move too. There's like in the other side of the board attacking on f2, and knight d4 will be stopped by bishop g7.
Indeed. By the way, we have to also, I guess, notify the viewers that the winners semifinals and the losers quarterfinals are being played at the same time simultaneously. So as soon as this game finishes, of course, we're going to jump into the other action. In the meantime, Engine says a knight c6 is a mistake. Looks perfectly human to me. Black, I guess, was threatening with some knight e4 ideas. Rook c8.
Yeah, this rook on c8 is not doing that much. Perhaps there was some idea to play c3 at some point, but I don't really see anything coming on the c file yet. And now queen is hanging on b6. Would black capture it? And they played faster than I speak.
This game is completely unclear yet because I can easily imagine white taking over this game. Play something like knight c3, king f1, rook e1, forget about the pawn on b2 and focus on this king, because compared to now how the situation has changed over the board is that the black king, I think, is going to be feeling slightly more vulnerable, because if you castle short, you need to watch out for h5. While the white king on e1 is not really feeling any heat, you can always play king f1, is feeling pretty secure. f4?
That opens the long diagonal on g1.
I don't believe this. With the king on e1, this cannot work. It cannot work. Maybe with the king on g2, not with the king on e1.
But I like the spirit. I like the spirit here of white, how active she is playing from the very first moves, rook to g1, g4, g5. She wanted to finalize this game with a checkmate, and this is the spirit. Sometimes it just works perfectly fine.
Now f6 and rook takes on h4 is bad news for white. I think now the pawn on h4 is going to fall, and white is going to regret having early played this f4, f5. It's going to work against white. The pawn on h4, I wanted to say it's lost. No, it's not lost. c3. What a razor sharp continuation at the queen side, because white could not take the pawn on c3. The rook was pinned, and now suddenly, after a couple of moves, black has the pawn on b2, which is just one step away from queening.
That's right, and black's queen is getting now on the other side of the board, attacking the pawn on h5, and that's where the white's king is. This is getting very scary for white.
I think it's just dead lost here. Now black has the extra, how many pawns is it? 2 extra pawns and the compensation for it. A brilliant attack here by the German leading player. Rook h1, queen h4. I think here black already is looking for the kill, and Gulrabeckim is also below 4 seconds on the clock. I think this is going to be quite an impressive victory by the German player.
That's true. And I read the comment from our chat. This game is all over the place. It's actually true. Like we can see all the pieces are around the board, and we can see queen from the queen side to the king side now. This is a total mess, and we love it. It's very nice and interesting position.
Queen f5 was a very nice practical choice. Rook takes on c2 here makes perfect sense. Capture the pawn. White gonna take the rook here because the queen is protecting it. Instead, king f7, the safe choice. She goes for the mate. Brilliant choice.
Wow, that was nicely played by Dinara Wagner. The first win, first victory. She's playing from the airport. We wish her all the best to have this safe connection. What is this game, Arthur?
I guess airport brings some very good vibes, right? I'm not really sure how I would be playing from the airport. Apparently, Dinara is not influenced by this. Not the most convenient place to play chess. Anyway, she wins. Now we have a game of Ham against Fruza Hamdanova, one of the youngest players actually here, because I checked she's only 40 years old, right? It's quite unbelievable. Played brilliant chess yesterday, managed to qualify for the main event from Uzbekistan. Young talent. The position feels quite level, doesn't it?
It looks very peaceful here. We do have bishop versus the knight, but the pawn structure is like pretty locked. So we have the draw in this match first game. Do we have any more games in progress?
We have already. The second games are about to start. So maybe let's jump in right back to the. Now it's time for the winners bracket to see what's going on, because there Priyanka Nutak is playing against Deysi, the winner of yesterday's Swiss tournament. The Peruvian player was clearly the better player. She won. They went with how many points was it? I think
Ooh,
it was 12
yeah, it was.
points.
She won that round before, so it was very impressive. Arthurs, before we focused on this game, very quickly, let's take a look at this bracket situation. Deysi plays against Priyanka. The winner of this one will go against the match of Bodnaruk and Shuvalova. That's another match that we can keep the eye on, and a very interesting match. Which of these two girls will qualify to the next match? But Corey, Deysi, and Priyanka, remember their last round game? That was crazy.
Indeed, it was. So, also giving some updates about the other semifinal result. First game, Polina Shuvalova beat Anastasia Bodnaruk with a black color, thus reconfirming her status of one of the favorites. Obviously, Shuvalova, I think, is the favorite of the knockout stage because she is the highest rated player, almost a grandmaster with only. Oh wait, not only. I mean, it's exactly one grandmaster norm. She also recently won the EM, not the GM, Chess.com Speeches Championship, beating the very famous Levi Rosman in the final. She also played in the Halloween Mystery Banta Blitz, so she's been very busy lately.
Yeah, very, very sharp player actually. Wins a lot of competitions, online competitions too. But talking about this one, still we don't have castle on the board. They are still away to castle. Both knights are not developed on the king side. Do you think we might see some sort of king side attack later on with white, like h4, h5?
I'm actually more concerned, Kati, what is the official title of this opening? Because yesterday we started the discussion, and you said it's Gurganidze variation.
Well, he's Georgian.
And I said it's the Tiger variation.
Georgian name.
Georgian?
Yes.
So which one is it?
So I think it's modern Gurganidze.
Modern Gurganidze. I couldn't really sleep the entire night. I was thinking about this, I tried to figure out how to properly title it. King F1, look at that. What is this?
Mouse sleep.
No, it's not.
It's not mouse sleep. That's very interesting. Is she going to play? Okay, knight f3 was impossible because pawn on e4 is hanging Arthurs. So she has to develop the king side somehow. Maybe bishop f3, king g2 is the way, which looks so artificial.
It just looks wrong. Just say what it is. Okay, knight g3 instead. It's a very interesting approach by the Indian player. A knight gt. Now the other knight goes to e2. Does she want to play king g1, king h2? Maybe, because black cannot really do anything yet. And I think that right now Corey's thinking, how should I exploit this? Because clearly if white wastes so much tempi here at the opening, I should do something about it. But what? No, she just castle short.
Castle short, and I believe this king on f1 was a mouse slip somehow. That happens to everyone. f5 is the move that black is looking after that move. White's rook is stuck out there. Oh no, actually white planned all of this. She wanted to have the rook on h-file to play next move h4, h5. You are marking the pawn on e6. This is hanging. Do you see the way how black is going to guard this pawn?
I think it's a major blunder by Corey because she played f5. She was almost intimidated by this play of white. Position the king on f1. It's basically inviting black to play f5. And maybe this was a very smart psychological play by Priyanka because she invited black to play f5, which was a very careless move because now after knight f4, this is a razor sharp move. Knight x on e6, Katie. This is simply impossible to parry threat.
Wow, king f1. That we call that crocodile moves, waiting moves. Waiting moves, sneaky moves. I love this. If you play rook f6, then g5, and you lose here, the pawn on e6 and the dark square bishop, and goodbye. Good luck in the second game. King f7, that is so scary move. King to be on f7. There should be some sort of like sacrifices at some point. Queen b3 is not working right out, but there will be something. I'm sure she will figure it out.
Kerry, today is the birthday of Mikhail Tal, right? And I think it would make perfect sense to honor his legacy if black would play not king f7, just play knight x on e6 and worry later.
Nice,
right?
I love
Obviously, Mikhail Tal was very famous for his sacrifices. Instead, Corey decided to sacrifice a pawn, sacrifice an exchange, sacrifice half of the kingdom, and Priyanka says, fine, I'll take it because it's extra exchange, extra pawn.
Yum, yum, yum. And now maybe king g1, king to h2 to finalize the king's situation. But first, the pawn on g4 is hanging. Maybe g5 or pawn takes on g5 can also work fine. I like g5 somehow to close up a little bit on the king side position.
I don't know. I would just take e takes in the 5, then g5, or maybe even g5 immediately. I think it's not going to really change the objective evaluation of the position. Black is toast. The question is, can Priyanka figure out the details? Because the king of the front is not really feeling so well. Might be over, but might be not over yet. We'll see.
Yeah, after g5, knight moves back on e8, and the threat is to play f4. So white should probably find something to play against it. Pawn takes, and perhaps e5 now. Oh, another pawn has been captured.
All right, pretty sure that d takes on c5 is not going to happen because the last thing Deysi wants to do is to trade queens. So the pawn on c5 is taboo. She's not going to take it. I'm thinking about moves like d5 or f takes on e4 or knight g4. The messier, the better. This is the last chance for Corey try to not to lose this game. The question is how? Maybe f4, bishop f4, and then some sort of a knight g4. f4 is on the board.
Oh, I love that. I do love that, to find some counterplay on the f-file. And you have to pretty much take this pawn on f4, otherwise there's a fork. Baby fork on the board, you have to take it. If you take the pawn on d6, that's also a possibility, but it looks a bit risky for white.
I mean, if I'm playing here with white Katie, I'm trying to simplify the position, right? But now the position suddenly is a mess. So despite the fact that white has quite a major material advantage, maybe doesn't really matter. Queen takes on d6, it's a quite understandable choice. White wants to get the queens off the board. Now, how does Corey continue here?
That's a very interesting question. If you take the queen, then c pawn takes d6, rook takes, and then knight on e7 is hanging. That's the black's problem here, that this knight is hanging out there.
Yeah, I was actually looking at rook takes and f4, Katie. I realized the queen on d7 is under attack. So I was looking at rook f4, queen f4, bishop h6. I realized, oh no, my queen is under attack on d7, and Corey takes the queen on d6. This is a major concession. She is not happy about it, but I guess there was nothing better. And I think it looks really great for Priyanka's chances to score a comeback in the second game.
That's right, king to g1 has been played. The bishop attacks now the rook on c1. Maybe bishop e3 will be the next choice for black. So black is still looking here some sort of counterplays and sacrificing perhaps the knight on e7. Rook e1 stops bishop getting on e3.
There might be bishop d2 moves. This game is still not over. Bishop d2, rook e2, of course. White wants to simplify the position, and that's why Corey is thinking here, okay, if I play bishop d2, rook e2, then what? I guess I need my knight on e7, somehow bring it in the game. What about knight g6 or knight c6? Try to complicate the game. But at the moment, it looks like Kerry without queens, it's going to be very difficult for the Peruvian player to try to save this game.
Indeed. So Priyanka hoping to win this game, to go into 1-1 tie situation. And, you know, we have some of the new players, some of the young players. I think the age difference here is there. Corey, Deysi, and Priyanka. Priyanka is just a youth player, I think, still. But you cannot really joke with the youth players anymore. They are very sharp, they are very strong, and very good speed players.
They don't understand jokes. That's pretty clear.
I also don't understand most of the jokes, but it doesn't help me to play chess.
All right, can I play Katie bishop h3? Is this a move? Bishop h3, knight e3, and rook h2? No. Bishop b7. Okay, pretty weird move. I guess the idea is to play bishop g5.
Bishop a3 check. And do we have here the bishop hanging on g2? Bishop f3 is the move that white can play here.
I just realized that white has so much extra material, Katie, that she can afford even give up the exchange. She still is up a piece, right?
That's
so
right.
I lost the count, actually. What was
piece
happening
and two
before,
pawns, actually. And now rook to g1 can actually start to give some checks. Maybe bishop h5, Arthur's to cut this king. That's what she's doing. Cut this king and then try to checkmate in 2-3 moves. Ooh.
This is going to be leveling the scores in this very first match. By the way, we also have some results from the other games. In the loser bracket, Dinara Wagner managed to score another victory over Tsydypova.
Yeah, that is still some things are happening out there, so we should focus on this game and let's see how Black will finalize the game over here. But it's not very hard, right? Also, she has almost 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, the extra piece definitely helps, I think. Yeah, King E4. So Priyanka is definitely going to capitalize on the extra piece. I'm not really sure why Deysi is continuing this game. There you go. She resigns, and I believe they're about to start also the next phase, which is 3 minutes plus 1 second. But I think we are going to simply select another matchup. And I think there's also the game which is ongoing in this round. That is Afruza Hamdanova, the young player from Uzbekistan, playing against Kham. And Kham, the experience, won the game.
That is very much needed win indeed. And she's getting 1 point lead in the match. I don't know much about this player, actually. Probably you have the same information as I have, not too much. But here we have a lot of information of Polina and Anastasia. We have seen them playing a lot of events, Title Tuesdays on Chess.com. And here Bodnaruk seems to be favorite of the game.
Yeah, and of course, Polina Shuvalova is the former world under-20 champion. Also, she was the world champion under-18. Clearly one of the strongest girls under her age group. Also, Anastasia Bodnaruk is former European champion.
Yeah. I have to admit, edit a little bit information about Anastasia because we shared the same youth categories. She was several times the prize winner of the youth championships, European and world. And I remember that one of the tournaments she won 9 out of 9. So you can imagine how scared we were, all the girls.
Probably the European Championship,
Yes.
I imagine, because she is the former European champion and several times medalist in European World Championships. So highly decorated player, one of the strongest players of her age group. But at the moment, she is looking really great in the second game against Polina Shuvalova. The first game finished in a victory for Shuvalova. So for Bodnaruk, this is a very important game. Of course, it's still not over because the players are below 10 seconds and it's only plus 1 second per every main move.
That's right. Now Black is going to capture one more pawn. Perhaps also h3 is captured. And White will just imagine this scenario if she can capture both of the pawns and to play that endgame, knight and rook versus rook. But that is a bit too far.
No, it's not so easy, actually. Just a second. If one of those pawns are gone, apparently there was a missed opportunity. Now they try this f1 check, collect the bishop, and of course Anastasia spots it immediately. The game still continues, but I'm pretty sure the match score will be leveled after this game. There you go, another fork. We'll just love this.
Out there in the center of the board, and we have 1-1 Polina, Anastasia, they have shared, and Deysi against Priyanka also 1-1. We can see how close are all the matches today.
So maybe let's jump to the match which we really haven't seen from the start. That is the game of Ham against Afruza Hamdanova. Again, all of these matches, dear viewers, are happening at the same time. So as soon as one game finishes, we're jumping right back to the next one. This is the first game of the 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. 2 games in total.
That is true. Arthur, I see that Dinara has won 2 games. In the first round, and that is a very, very good lead because we have seen how strong Bagim is in the blades portion. She started 7 out of 7 yesterday, and today I would also expect that to have very strong start from her.
Yeah, it's not bad. I think it doesn't really hurt the chances, to win the match when you lead with 2-0 score at the very beginning. Of course, it's still not over for Tokajonova. I believe we are going to come back to that match. Now we are continuing to watch the game of Ham against Afruza Hamdanova, the youngest player here who managed to qualify for the knockout stage. At the moment, the more experienced player is leading the so-called mini-match with 1 point more. The position is quite level. And these cosmos structures usually, I think that the general idea is that the player who has these pawn structures directed towards, let's say, the king side, this is usually the direction where you have to play. That's how I understand it. So you have these pawns b2, c3, d4. It means you have to play at you have to play at the king side.
I told to one of my students like that, and he didn't understand what I meant actually. It was like that direction. And then I understood it's not so easy to understand, but the pawn structure in many positions and many openings tells you the plan, Arthurs. And here I like this a5, a4, a5 move that stops this minority pawn attack on the queen side that black can always start it. But now that plan is too far.
Indeed. I also would not be really surprised if the Vietnamese player will play something like bishop d3, get rid of this bishop here from d3, play something like rook e3, rook g3, and try to get the pawn on g7. And I guess that's the reason why Afroza here also does the same. She tries to get rid of the annoying bishop on e5. So the position at the moment is quite equalish. I think that these players, Katie, right now are trying to be quite safe because also the very first matchup, the game we saw very briefly, also was quite a peaceful game.
This seems very peaceful, and perhaps the draw might be the result. But anyway, we have only 1 second on the clock.
Oh, Katie, we have to go to a less peaceful game.
Let's go.
Because I'm seeing Takirjonova's king on e3, and this is anything but peaceful because...
And rook is still on g1. I think she's skipping to play rook to g1 move. Oh, wow.
Oh. Actually, the king on e3 is a full piece. It's not really something you need to defend. White is completely cool. I mean, this is good.
All right, queen b3, rook to c3 will be now decisive. So rook to f. Oh, that's a blunder. What's the blunder? There was probably some checkmate.
Yeah, g6 probably was not really a great move because normally this is the way how you want to start a kingside attack, but not with a king on e3, right? I think you want to keep the king on e3 as safe as possible.
That's a beautiful piece, king on e3.
Indeed. Now king b2, e3, of course. Dinara sacrifices the pawn without thinking. Don't blunder the mate on g7. There's a lot of checks. Both kings are exposed.
Oh no, where is the queen check? Queen e1 is another check now.
I see career perspectives for this king.
Career promotion. Ooh. Queen f2.
Might be a draw. I would not be surprised if this was a draw.
That was a draw. Okay.
Heroic draw. A well-fought draw.
This match is very interesting. This match is very, very interesting, bloody. I wonder if Begim is going to play rook to g1 in every white game. We're gonna see more of these games, and h3 we just lent to the blunder.
A very good moment to turn to the game when there's an actual blunder. Apparently there was something that the ball players missed. Knight e5 check. What's happening here materially wise? White was up a pawn, no more. It appears that black is doing good, but wait a second. I mean, it's 4 seconds on the clock. Rook f4, knight x and g3. Yeah, it's very difficult to play this in time scramble.
Not so easy. Oh,
that's a piece.
Oh no, that's the piece. e9 and e2 is gone, and now white is the one who has turned the tables. But still some weaknesses on the queen side. Rook b1 attacking the pawn on b3. Another blunder. King d3 was the move there.
I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this game can still go either way. King b5 blunders left and right. It's very difficult to play.
I love every move is a blunder. Oh, look at this one. The rook is gone.
Black makes the final mistake.
Oh, wow.
It was unbelievable. So I'm pretty sure that white is going to win this somehow. Knight x on a4. There you go. Wait. Is this winning?
I think it's winning. Yeah. It should be easily winning because the king is too far. So now rook can attack these pawns and get at least one pawn. Rook g7, g5, and rook to g6.
There's still some sort of a fortress here. I mean,
yeah, this king is getting too close. I think white had to cut this king somewhere farther.
All right. I think white should be winning this. But wait a second, is this theoretically winning? If I put the king on f5, play h4, h5, give you a check on d7, I see the bar says it's winning, but exactly how do you plan to win this? I'm not
You're
entirely
this as the wrong side position, right? The king should be the other side. This is the dark square for the black's king, and the bishop is also dark side.
I don't see the win, actually. Maybe it's a very smart way to push away the king, and I think this is what Corey is doing There you go.
King
Try to give a
E2.
check on E2. Yeah. Then play rook E6, king F7, rook E6, rook G6, king G7, rook takes on H6, and be in time to position the king on G7. She knows what she's trying to achieve, and now it's winning. It should be winning.
Oh, I like
Very
how
high skill.
she's kicking this king out. Rook to G8, also threatening rook G5 move.
This is a bit early. She has the right idea, but again, with +1 second per move, it's very difficult to find the right way to capitalize on it. King G6, rook D8, rook H8. This is what she wants to do. Don't blow the
What
rook.
a technique. I love it.
Wait, it's still not over. Just a second.
Oh,
King
the king is on
E6
time.
and start it again. This is so tricky. Unbelievable.
Oh no.
She might actually run out of moves because the rules of chess clearly state that you can do this for 50 moves and that's it. That's it. Then the system is going to simply shut it off and say it's a draw. Now, while it's running out of moves here, no,
What?
she loses some
Priyanka
time.
No, that is a brutal loss here for Corey Deysi. She tries to win so hard, Arthurs. She got the right direction, but somehow she couldn't implement the idea and she lost some time. Whoa.
Oh, that is really painful. So let's jump to the next game, and Bodnaruk here is playing Shuvalova, and now Bodnaruk wins because Shuvalova drops another piece, and this marks the second victory for Bodnaruk, taking over
Shuvalova, and the
Shuvalova.
same situation the other match. Priyanka is now leading 2-1 in that match. Oh, what a day.
So what do we have here? Just to give a quick overview, what's happening all the matches. So we have the losers bracket, and Ham is leading right now against Afruza Hamdanova, 2.5 against a half a point. Then we have the losers bracket again, one more match where Dinara Wagner is leading 2.5 points versus half a point.
Right.
In the winners bracket semifinals, this crazy matchup between Corey Deysi and Priyanka. Now it's actually Priyanka who managed to take over the lead in the match with 2-1, and Shuvalova versus Bodnaruk. Bodnaruk is leading 2-1.
Yeah, that's the situation, but still 1+1 person is ahead of us. That's the segment that anything can change at the last moment. So we're gonna keep the eye, and it's very important to get as much points as possible in these two segments. Here, White has very nice position with the pair of bishop advantage, also very strong center with the pawns, knight to c5, and White just decided to give up the bishop, and perhaps she wants to. Oh, she's trading too many pieces. That's surprising.
I don't like it. I think that White was indeed enjoying this two bishop advantage, but somehow she did not find anything better. And now I think Black is perfectly doing fine. Queen takes on c4, something like rook c8, maybe even g5 idea somewhere. So there you go. Black is trying to organize an outside pass pawn at the queen side. It feels some sort of a Grunfeld position to me.
Yeah, Grunfeld endgame. All right, so maybe it's time for King to get into the game. G3, King G2, King F3, and King 3-4 would be very nice to play in one move, but that's actually for 5 moves. Takes a lot of time. F6.
That's a very responsible move, saying that Black is not afraid of E6, and Dinara says, bring it on. So the pawn lands on E6. Wait, B3, A3, that was the winning idea. Now this A pawn suddenly would at once. Still, it's possible here. B3, A takes on B3, A3. This pawn is unstoppable, and it's on the board.
Whoa, B3. And there's no much of the choice here, Arthur. So you have to take.
This was very careless by Dinara. This was very careless. She should have seen that. And now she, of course, realized, of course, Black is not going to take on B3. Just move past it.
Oof, very important game. Although Dinara can afford this loss, actually, if she's losing this game, because she's 2 points ahead. But still, every point really matters. Bishop f6, king to g7. Bishop d4 has been played. King to g7, and then you can take the pawn on a2.
I think right now, even king g7, yeah, you could already take on a2 right now. Rook b5, just to make sure that there's no capture on b8 for the check. I don't really think it matters. White can't do anything. Maybe a3, you know, try to not give Black the chance to organize this pass pawn. Still, White is dead lost. And now the question is what Dinara is going to come up with. She does play a3. and black collects a pawn on d5 just to be safe.
Yeah, and going for the pawn as well. Now the bishop c5 attacks the pawn on a3. Too many weaknesses here for white.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing white can really do. Rook takes on e6, another safe move. I love this stuff, Katie. Now something like rook d2, rook a2, I don't know, maybe rook d2, b2, bishop takes to a3. This is only a matter of time, so that woman grandmaster from United States is doing really well to score back another important
point. How about b2, rook b1, and bishop to g1? And that's the way how you lose the game. I wanted to be extra fancy, but I just blundered the bishop.
Yeah, there's a rook on b1. You can't do that.
I wanted to distract the rook from b file, but not from the first rank. That would be such a big blunder.
All right. Okay, black is collecting literally every single pawn there is on the board. So she's up 2 pawns. There's a third pawn. Now there's 4 extra pawns. But you got to fight it on. You got to keep it on. Keep fighting.
That's right, maybe g5.
Nobody has made points by resigning early. So
that's right, king to e5, getting this king active, making some threats, and now b1 would be just a queen, and resignation would appear very soon on the screen. And this is the first win for Tohirjanova against Dinara Wagner, and the 2.5 to 1.5 is the result.
All right, and now let's jump back to the winner's bracket in the semifinals where Deysi Corey is playing against Priyanka Nutak. Here, Corey has an extra exchange. She suffered this shock loss in the previous game. Remember, she lost on time while trying to figure out this very tricky rook versus bishop endgame with having h pawns on the board. Now g5, she wants to trap the bishop on h6, and I think it's looking really bad for the Indian player. h4, try to liberate the poor soul on h6.
That's the lost soul on h6 indeed. King, even king can come on h7 and attack this pawn.
I'm not really sure. Maybe
I accidentally said the pawn on pawn about the bishop on h6. That actually explains how bad this bishop looks like there. King to f7 has been played. Maybe rook to g8 is the move, or rook to h8. I like that idea.
Or maybe even king g6. Try to say hello to the bishop. Queen b5, queen d5, you gotta take this pawn. It also takes care of queen b7 check. Oh, wait a second.
Queen d7 is the move there.
Yeah, queen d7. King g6, wait, it doesn't feel so obvious to me. Of course, now white, of course, has the threat of f takes on g5. The bishop on h6 seems to be trapped.
All right, if you take the pawn on g5, then queen d6 will be another move that white can still hold the position. But king h5, rook to g6 is the plan there to win the bishop.
I think this bishop eventually is lost somehow. So queen d6, king h7, rook g6. So the Indian player is clearly coming up with very nice practical ideas. Now the queens disappear. f4 brings the bishop into the game. White is somehow alive.
Yeah, that's interesting.
That's a surprise. Also to Corey, how did this bishop survive at h6?
And if king h5, then the bishop will just capture the pawn on f4. So black decided to go for b pawn and create the c pawn as a passed pawn here. King f5 attacking
it's not
the bishop.
over. Wait, bishop d6. How do you win this? King d2, c4, bishop c5, d6. Maybe it's actually a draw. No.
Oh, there's the rook to d5. Very strong move, attacking the bishop at the same time. Rook d3, now cutting this rook king from the third rank.
Katie, they just love these theoretical endgames because once again, Priyanka against Corey Deysi, it's deja vu from the previous game. They already had it, remember? Yeah. Rook versus bishop and pawn each. There you go. It's round 2.
Corey should be careful, extra careful not to flag herself again in this game, and she's finding the correct path for the king. c3 would be the choice. Okay, it's now there. Bishop c5 is one last try here.
No, but again, I'm pretty sure she's going to win this. The pawn on c3 is too strong, Katie. Yeah, she's going to do it. King d3 incoming, so no matter what Priyanka is going to do here, it's not going to save her. King d3, easy move, trying with a mate on e1. And it's time for white
to resign. Oh, not yet. Now to king, rook to h2, now attacking bishop and rook to h1 is a threat. And there we go, 2-2 in the match of Corey Deysi against Priyanka.
All right. And maybe let's jump to the game of Amproza Hamdanova against Ham. At the moment, the score is 3-1 in favor of the Vietnamese player.
I believe that was
Here-
2 draws that here Fruza got this point from. Seems like quite a domination here from Litauen. She seems to be in a very good shape today.
Absolutely, clearly dominated the match so far, so things are really tough for the youngster. Knight f7, she tries to complicate matters, I guess, go for some sort of a king set attack. Of course, the problem is that the rook on e8 is under attack. Rook takes on e6, there was a blunder. There was a blunder, where was the blunder?
Rook c6,
blunder?
rook c6, rook c6 was the blunder. That's insane.
I'm so sorry. Okay, we're
coming back and
seeing.
seeing. Yeah, I think rook c6 was an insane move. Oh my god.
Leaving the queen under
Are
attack.
you still thinking about that?
I'm thinking about that. Yes. I can't forget it.
Yes, so this endgame seems to be winning for white because of the active rook and the better pawn structure and the extra pawn on b2. The king is going to the b2 pawn to guard this one, but somehow black managed to hold the position.
Well, how exactly do you plan this with white? Now the position is deadlocked. I think it's going to be a draw unless black goes totally crazy and pushes forward. No, don't do that. You're not playing for the win. You shouldn't be doing this. Just do nothing. So she tries to open up the game. I think it's only going to favor white.
Yeah, that's not so
Probably
good.
Still equal.
But there is also the thing that white rook should be on the second run, or the king should be always close to b2 pawn. If pawn on b2 is gone, then white cannot afford to hold that position.
Wait, she is playing for the win down a pawn. This is amazing. She is playing for the win because now white is very defensive. The king on h3 stopping the black king march on g4. Wait a second. I mean, black is about to take over this game. What about rook h7, rook h3, and they come down and wins on time. Look at that.
Whoa!
Insane.
This is a brutal outplay from black. Can we just go for a second there first before we move to forward?
Yeah,
we have to see that blunder.
I promised.
Insane.
Oh, it's very far. Oh, here you go. This rook takes on e6. What was the winning idea? You're saying, Katie, it was rook c6? Oh my goodness. No, it's not rook c6. So what was it? Was it, knight g5.
Oh, please.
That's a double pin. That's a double pin. Very beautiful. Rook e7, collect the queen. Rook f6, there's back rank mate. Okay.
Yeah, that's too hard. If,
Very
like, in the game,
moment.
it's hard. You can find in a puzzle, but in the game, it's a bit too hard.
Okay,
All
I think we can't really see the game of Bodnaruk against Shuvalova, so let's jump back to that game. And then after it, if the matchup of Corey Deysi continues with Priyanka, very, very close match here.
Very close
What's
match.
the score? It's 2-2 each also.
It's 2-2 Corey Deysi and Priyanka, and Bodnaruk, Anastasia, and Polina Shuvalova. Still, we don't have a favorite in these two matches, and this is the winner's bracket.
Yeah, man, somebody is about to get checkmated here. The king on h1, it's almost like a mate on the board, but I mean, Anastasia says, no, everything is cool. I've got it under control. My pawns on c5, b6, they're going to prevail. They're going to stronger pieces here. And Bodnaruk looks really great to once again to take the lead in the match. b7, great move, threading rook a8 and promote his b pawn.
Oof, I love that. There is a knight c6 move though to guard the rook, but black decided to sacrifice and go for it. Bishop b7 would be the move in this position. I like these chances that Polina is still looking for.
I'm just really amazed, Kitty, how they find these resources with just 1 second. It's a lot of skill. So they calculate things very quickly, and now suddenly the game once again is continuing. Black also is running forward with h-pawn, knight f2 check, knight g4 check. Wait a second, how do you win this?
You see draw?
Wait, h3. Oh, white has rook h7. Very lucky move.
But okay, it's h2 is still safe for black. Draw is a dream result in here. Polina Shuvalova somehow managed to make a draw in that position. That's too much.
Like a Houdini. That's an escape like Houdini. Wait. When it's still white continues the game here, the pawn on e5 is alive. No, it's going to be a draw. It's a draw.
Yeah, and black is playing here probably for for win. No, it's
all
not
right.
possible.
Now let's jump to the match of Corey against Priyanka. Another
blunder and check.
There was a mate. I guess there was a mate. White missed something, which is quite understandable. The players have less than 3 seconds each. Everything is possible. Now
She's
the
going rook
seventh rank should
b7,
decide
rook
us.
b8. Is she? So she needs to have the queen in front of the rook, and that's a checkmate.
Right. Wait,
All
watch
right.
out for the pawn on f3. I think White doesn't want to lose this. She cannot take it because in some lines the rook on a2 will be under attack. That's precisely the reason why
Queen D.
Priyanka is not taking the pawn.
Queen d8 was also another move there. White was willing to play. Queen e5 now check. This seems winning, easily winning. e4, e5. Can we push next moves? After you hide the checks. And Arthurs, what do you think about king e5, king f6, and to be this annoying person who wants to checkmate? Oops,
Meaning
king
you want to play like Nigel Short,
That's
right? I mean,
right.
his famous game, king g2, king h3, king h4, was it king
God.
g5, king h6,
Yes.
and there was a mate on g7 against Spielman, was it?
Yes, that's
so.
the king walk game.
And king is a piece, essentially. And king takes an f7. Now White uses the king as a full piece to deliver the killing blow. g5 doesn't change anything. Here, Corey is gonna once again take the lead in the match. I mean, there is basically no single draw in this match.
In
Every
this
single game
match,
is
no.
decisive.
In this match, not. We had the first match, first draw in the match of Bodnaruk, Anastasia, Polina, Shuvalova. Shuvalova fight it a lot in that game, meanwhile we have more and more results also in the losers brackets. So Arthur's 2 players, 2 qualifiers from losers bracket and the winners bracket. They will play against each other in the big final today, and we'll know who's gonna win.
All right, let's select another game. Let's jump back to the game of Shuvalova against Bodnaruk. At the moment, the match is tied, a very, very equal match. So who do you favor here, Kitty? Visually, I would favor White, I guess.
I don't know. This bishop is not so strong to me. Like it's locked.
You're not impressed, yeah?
Yeah, this bishop is me. it's good that it's gone. So, but the pawn on e6 is a backhand pawn.
Yeah, it's a weakness. Also, the pawn on b4 is a weakness. So I was a bit curious why Black decided not to grab the pawn on h5. But I guess the answer was in the clock because Black is below 20 seconds. Shuvalova has slightly more, 35 seconds. Again, plus 1 second per every single mate move. And these extra 15 seconds really matter.
That's right. Every second actually matters in each of these games because 1 second of the increment we have seen is not too much. In the winning position, you can even flag yourself.
And Shuvalova is going to win this because there's no defense against rook takes on e6. I think you just combine the efforts of the queen and the rook, which make a very deadly tandem. Try to deliver a mate. Queen g6, even better. f5, f6, and the black king is doomed. f6 looks very good here. Queen g6.
Pawn
All
takes,
right.
and now
Maiden
back
one.
rank is an issue.
Oh, maiden one threat.
Oh, that was painful. That was very painful. But they have to move on.
All right. So what do we have here? Let me select another game. Maybe Priyanka against Corey Deysi, which at the moment is the only ongoing game. I think that there's a chance that other matches might already have been finished, or have they? No, I'm not entirely sure. So we're going to get an update on that in a moment. In the meantime, here we have the game of Priyanka. She has the better pawn structure. Simply an extra pawn on d5. So after knight x on e4, here Corey is trying to figure out the details. The match situation here is that it's been up and down all the time. It was Corey who opened the match with 1-0. Then it was Priyanka who scored back-to-back victories, taking the lead in the match. Then once again, it was Corey who scored 2 victories. And right now, once again, it is the Indian woman grandmaster who is about to level the scores here because now she has an extra piece, extra pawn, and enough time to figure out everything.
That's right, and Black is now trying to hold the position and hope to trade as much pawns as possible, but those pawns are blocked in the center, and White will slowly try to get the king at the right place. This king can go on b5, and start to hit pawn on c5.
All right.
And how about this bishop from d1 to get a little bit more active rook? Bishop to a4, bishop to e8 would be the nice spot for this rook. Oh, sorry, bishop.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it's not bad. Also, this wins. So white is slowly advancing, and I think here it's time for Corey to resign. And
3-3.
with this, it's 3-3 indeed. And what does it mean?
Oof, that actually means that this match is
I think
very close.
There's going to be Armageddon, right?
Arthur's, it is actually. This match is very close. The other match, Polina Shuvalova managed to win one more game. The last very crucial game and a checkmate blunder. But we have to keep in mind that the players in the winners bracket, they have two lives. So they will have still a chance to fight it back for the qualification in the losers brackets. And in the losers bracket, we can see Dinara Wagner with 3.5 points against Begim 1.5 point.
So Shuvalova proceeds, and Bodnaruk is gonna get what she's gonna get.
Probably, yeah, we're gonna actually figure it out at during the breaks. Now we are taking a break, and also the players gonna take a break. We might have another match coming up between Corey, Deysi, and Priyanka. You guys don't go anywhere because you don't want to miss any of drama of Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 qualifiers knockout day. We will see you in about few minutes.
See you soon.
All right. We are back and working for you, Katy and Arthurs, for Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 qualifiers. We are at the knockout stage, and Arthurs, what we know for sure, it is Polina Shuvalova waiting for her opponent in the winner's bracket. But right now, we're going to have the match of Deysi and Priyanka. They will play Armageddon, and we heard that we already have some of the results of the bidding Armageddon.
Indeed, so it is apparently for Corey. Deysi had chosen 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and Priyanka was trickier. She said, no, it's going to be 3 minutes and 45 seconds. And this means that Priyanka is going to play with white, 45 seconds less than Corey. And also, she has to win the game with white, while for Corey Deysi, is going to be enough with a draw to advance to the next round.
What do you think about this decision? Who do you think won the bidding Armageddon?
I don't know. I'm thinking about this 3 minutes and 45 seconds. It's a rather odd time to choose. I would be understanding 3 minutes and 59 or 3 minutes and 58, but 3 minutes 45. Okay, that's really odd. Anyway. So you wanted to make sure that she's going to be with white. So now she is white. And I think we are about to get the game in a moment. And there is no increment.
There is no increment indeed. And as Arthur mentioned, white needs to win in that game, and black can actually qualify with the draw or win as well. And right now we have this bracket on the screen. Arthurs, a person who will win between Corey and Priyanka will play against Polina, and we already have the pairings of the losers bracket. Wagner against Bodnaruk is the first match, and Le Tao Pom is waiting for the losers. Winners bracket loser. Oh, that's too much.
And the game already has started. Yes. The game has started, so let's jump back to it. And it looks like a London to me. We had a slight delay. There you go. Now we can follow a big theoretical dispute ever since Magnus Carlsen, arguably the strongest player in the history of chess, brought it to practice for reasons, I guess, because he was struggling to find real advantage in opening phase, and that's why he popularized the London system years back. Now, I think in a recent interview I read, Getty, that Magnus was quite unhappy that even the London system has been already worked out to a theoretical draw. Not in a speed chess though.
No, not yet. Not for all the players, not for all the level of the chess players. Indeed, it's still quite popular these days. But what we have on the board is this semi-open file for the white's rook. Both sides are keeping the kings in the center, because if black castles on the short side, white will use this open file, push e5 and attack on h7 right away. And white is also a little bit delaying the castle on the short side, waiting Corey to make the blunder and the castle on the short side.
Knight x on e4, knight x on e4, knight e5 is played, a3, there you go. Now we have some sort of a classical IQP position. White has a nice little board on the e4 with clearly intentions to start successful kingside attack. Now black will have to be quite careful to position the king at the kingside. Maybe place something like h6 first to make sure there's no mate threats. All right, now that the white king has castle short, also the Peruvian grandmaster says, okay, it's time to bring the king to the safety. In the meantime, Priyanka positions the bishop on b1, hinting towards queen d3 and
nice battery. Nice battery as the g6 is already playing now. White shoes just change the plan, and queen to d2, queen h6 was the idea here to play for white. Then knight g5 would be another very nice move. Arthurs, I don't know if it's working right now, but in this kind of positions when we have open h-file, g4, g3, king g2, and rook h1, I love this idea so much to get the control over the h-file. I said that I don't know because the bishop on b7 is looking wide on this long diagonal, so maybe it's not working right
Oh,
now.
this is looking really dangerous for Corey here. Why not knight g5? It was asking to hit his pawn on f7, all kinds of threats. You know, I already wanted to continue my thought that this is looking really, really dangerous for Corey, right? Because she is defending. The bar says it's equal, but it's always easier to play these positions when you are attacking. White is attacking here.
Yeah, that's the main idea, to have isolated pawn, to have more space for your pieces and attack. This queen is moving around like a drunk queen, cannot find a place to. Oh, okay, Arthurs, what's the move? What's the blunder? Knight
Is there
f7?
some knight d6, knight f7? Wait, is there knight f7 idea? Wait a second, knight f7, queen f7, knight e6, hitting the queen, the pawn on g6. Maybe play first b4 and then knight f7, knight e6. No, knight e2 Priyanka misses this.
Oh, wow, that's too many missing moves here for Priyanka. Wow, 30 seconds advance for Corey Deysi. She has more time and she has the draws too. Very confusing choice actually here for white. But Priyanka has a lot of chances to win this game.
I think Corey's time advantage is about to evaporate very quickly because, again, white is very easily pushing forward for this kingside attack, thinking about knight h4 ideas, thinking about g4 ideas, and you are thinking from the black's perspective, how do I defend against all of this, right? It's very, very difficult. Black is passive. She has no counterplay against the pawn on d4. The knight on d5 is beautiful, but then again, white is simply enjoying this easy, so to speak, a free roll kingside attack. Queen f6 marks as a mistake. I'm not sure why. b4. What about b4? Now winning that piece on the spot.
Ah, and she goes for that. The knight on a5 is simply trapped. And this knight can't even get 2 pawns back. Just 1 pawn.
That's it. Now black has to go desperado. Some kingside attack. Get it. g5, h4. You know, try to go all in. Forget about the knight on a5. The knight on a5 already is gone. You can't really already play safe here. You have to push forward. But the problem is, after g5, there's always knight g4 fork. Also, the rook on h6 is under attack. Her position just collapses, Katy.
Oh, that's so bad for black. There will be more than a piece here for black for sure. Another
Of
knight
course,
on
she has to
a4.
change. She has to change something. She tries to muddy up the waters with knight f4. I think knight x and f6 is the safest way to continue. No, Priyanka accepts the piece, which allows her to capture a lot
H3?
of material. h3. I mean, you gotta do something.
You
I mean,
have
king
to do
h6 trades the
something.
queens.
Right, queen
And
h6
that's
makes
it.
no sense. She plays, and now the knight on a5 can be simply captured, and that's how piece and the rook. Wow.
So the final chance for black to go totally crazy at the king side, maybe rook h8, h6 on g2, deliver final desperado attack, but the queens cannot be traded. Queen h8, queen a5, f6. This game is officially over. I think Priyanka is about to win this Armageddon game. Very unfortunate turn of events for the yesterday's winner of the Swiss tournament. Corey was clearly the better player in the Swiss tournament. Even after losing the final round, she was, I mean, having a huge lead in the overall rankings, and now lose this match like this, it's gotta hurt, but that's online blitz for you.
That is indeed still some few moves to be finalized here for Priyanka. She has more time on the clock, winning position. And what a lucky day for her, lucky game for her. She will face Polina, Shuvalova, queen to a3. Okay, it's still now the queen is gone. I was a bit confused. I thought it was a blunder, but here we have Priyanka winning against Corey Deysi. Arthurs, what you can tell about this game?
I mean, I believe we have some time because now there is going to be a 3-minute break.
Yes, and we're
for
going
everybody.
to take a break. Maybe we just very quickly summarize the whole situation.
All right. So what do we have here? I think we are about to get our bracket updated in a moment. So this means that Priyanka is facing Polina Shuvalova, Corey Deysi.
Mm-hmm.
She still will have a chance.
Yeah.
Because she is now relegated to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and we know that Corey, just going down for in the losers bracket and still trying to win this bracket if she wins all the games in a row, she can still qualify to the main tournament. And we see Polina Shuvalova will play against Priyanka. Arthurs, there was too much drama, to be honest. We have seen already in this game. There was incredible Armageddon game. We're taking now a short break, 3 minutes break for the players, and we will be back in just 1 minute. So guys, don't go anywhere. We are heading to the second part of the show. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 Qualifier Day 2 Knockout Day. Here in the studio, we are Katy and Arthurs for you. And we have seen Armageddon, the most crazy Armageddon, Arthurs, so far of this edition of Women's Speed Chess Championship. What are your thoughts about this game and just in general about the qualifier?
Yeah, it was really turning out to be tricky game, but at some point where Corey blundered this piece before she tried to change the game dramatically with everything she's got, she tried to throw at her opponent at the king side. However, it was just not really working out because also she not only blundered the knight, she also blundered the rook, and after that it was gone, and the Indian player was very, very precise with her technique. So I believe that now already the next round is starting. So what we are essentially having here is
Oh
the
boy,
matchups
B3.
between. Yeah, indeed.
Okay, I thought this move was gone far long ago, but no, Adiban is always here with us with his B3 move. Do you have any thoughts about this move? Do you like to play it with white?
I mean, in a blitz game, sure, why not, right? I mean, you try to play some offbeat lines where your opponent maybe doesn't know much, and at the moment it seems that white has done pretty well. And also, Dinara is trying to surprise her opponent. Again, to remind you, the viewer, she's playing from an airport. Right now, she is en route to the European Team Chess Championships, where she's going to play for Team Germany. And there are 3 matches being played parallel. Because now, I mean, technically, how do you call it? I think it's a semi-final of the losers bracket, right? So it's Dinara Wagner who is playing right now against Anastasia Bodnaruk. And then there's also Corey Deysi who is playing against Letkar Nguyen Pham. But there is already the final match between Polina Shuvalova and Priyanka Nutak, right? They're playing, all of them are playing at the same time, which I guess makes sense, so that also the finalists of the winners bracket, they don't have to wait. So the winners bracket will conclude sooner.
That is right. We're gonna know the first qualifier and the person who will get $500 from this tournament, and the first person who will join invited 6 players in the final. We're gonna talk a lot about the upcoming event too, but before that, let's focus on this game here. This is the first game in the match, and we can see a bit of slow start because 5 minutes plus 1 second, and that is a plenty of time compared to a 1 plus 1 segment, right, Arturs?
Yeah, actually, this first round happened so quickly, I didn't even register it's already bullet. It happens very, very quickly, so the games start to become faster and faster and faster. 5 plus 1, 2 games, then the 3 plus 1, 2 games, then it's a bullet game. It just finishes very quickly. Action happening all over the boards simultaneously. Here, actually, what I really love that white retreated with his 93 idea to fight for the d5 square. Black allowed white to capture on e6 to fix the problem of the weakness of the d5 square, but it makes another problem, Katie, and that is the weakened e-pawns in black's camp.
Double pawns in the center, and one of the pawns actually stops bishop from g7 to be active. So this gives white a little bit edge here, and but still it's not so easy to define here the clear plan, how you are just improving the position. This can be slightly better for white because of the better pawn structure, but to find an idea here, to find a plan, that's a bit tough. And we can see here Bodnaruk actually just went to c3 to get some advantage in the center. Is she planning to play d4 at some point?
No, I don't think so. I guess she didn't really like this black knight on d4, but I don't like it. What? Okay, there's some trades. Now this bishop on b2, Katie, I don't really like it because it was supposed to be staring the pawn on e5, and now if white plays c4, it does weaken the d4 square for no good reason. And also, black would rearrange the knight on c6. Yeah. So I think now the position has simplified. Black has an extra half a minute on the clock. Wagner was in trouble in the opening phase, but right now she seems to be slowly repairing the damage.
That's right. Maybe white has to try to trade queens on the queen and the rook of the board and go to the end game, which seems to be quite safe. But we can see here clear plan of Dinara. She is turning the tables. She wants to decide who's attacking now. b3 pawn is hanging. c4 was a threat there, and we can see here Bodnaruk also attacks the queen with a5 pawn. Arturs, after a5, if queen moves, for instance, back on c7, this pawn on a5 might be always the target. Maybe it's time to push it even farther with a6.
I think it's already equal. It's just equal. I see the bar says that white is slightly better. To be honest, I don't agree. Because I already don't see a very obvious way for white how to capitalize on this minimal advantage. The bishop on b2 is stuck. It's staring at the pawn on c3. So I would not be really surprised if now the position is about to repeat. Is she gonna repeat? Because at the moment Bodnaruk is below on the clock. I think she's gonna do it. She has to accept this experiment. It started well. It didn't really have a proper continuation, and now it's a draw agree. You don't see this very often in the Blitz game, but I think it was the smart choice of Bodnaruk, because I don't really think it matters who has the white color in the Blitz game.
To draw first game in this match, do we have any other game in progress? And we have Priyanka against Polina. This is the game, the match in the winner's bracket.
And Polina is once again showing that she is the favorite, one of the favorites of this event. So that's why it's not really a big surprise that she has managed to qualify for the final match of the winner's bracket. Now she appears to have some small advantage, because the queen on c7, the rook on c6 create a very nice pressure on the pawn on c3. However, Katie, I could easily imagine tables turning in a completely different direction if white would somehow manage to get the knight on g4 and then on f6. So
Oof, I love that.
Shuvalova needs to be quite careful here.
Oh, she's going there. Knight f3, knight h2, knight g4 is stopped for the moment with rook to c8 because the pawn on c3 is hanging. Can I play rook to c1? No, she decided to activate the rook even further and played rook to a1, attacking the pawn on a6.
I guess the most important factor here in this position is the clock, because at the moment Priyanka is only having 1 minute and 20 seconds on the clock and Shuvalova enjoys extra 2 minutes. She has the better position. So excellent chances to capitalize on the advantage. Bishop f8 hits the pawn on b4. If white plays b5, you need to watch out for bishop c5, rook c1 check, and the pawn on f2 probably will be falling.
Arthur, this position for many of our viewers might look very good for white, because this pawns are active. Black is a bit on the back rank with this bishop, and seems like white's pieces are more active. But as you mentioned, this bishop is now attacking on f2 pawn, and b5 pawn seems to be not so strong as d5 pawn of black's, which is guarded by its own pawn from e6.
I had a feeling, Katie, that white already had forgot about the pawn on b5 and think about g3, knight h2, knight g4, try to land the knight on f6. Now she can't do it, because something like g3, there's always going to be rook b2 or even rook b1
rook
check.
f3 is also there.
Oh, rook f3, yeah, it's probably slightly better.
Yeah, just a slightly better. And if knight h2, then that stops white's king to go on h2. Rook b1 will be there, the move. Knight to f1 and rook to b2 to attack the pawn on f2. That actually happened anyway. Ooh. Rook b2 and knight e3 is probably...
Rook b2, knight e3, white is still sort of alive, okay? Still not over. After rook b2, knight e3, d4, knight g4, d3, knight f6, you gotta calculate the things very precisely, because there's a mate threat.
Bishop f8, knight e8, and it can be ended in a draw.
20 seconds for Priyanka to figure out the details. So Shuvalova plays it safe, h6, to make sure she's not getting some surprises there. King g7 defends the pawn on f7. I think g3, king g2, white needs to activate the king somehow, but of course the problem child is the pawn on f2. There's always rook b2, big threat. No, Shuvalova goes after the pawn on e5, which makes perfect sense. She's clearly showing her domination so far in this match. I mean, look at her clock, Katie. She has 2 minutes and 45 seconds, not wasting a single more second she would have to on this game.
She's impressive. She's very impressive chess player. I like to see how much she's dominating and just giving some statements to the opponent. And from the very beginning of the match, she tells to her opponent, I'm here, the person who will lead the match. That's, chess is also sort of a game of the mental things. So these messages are very important. Arthur's maybe rook to b2 now, just to stop this pawn, b7 and bishop to a7, try to win it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. Now black enjoys simply 3 extra pawns, and now it's time for also Priyanka to resign. Now let's jump to the game of Deysi, who is now relegated to the loser's bracket. She faces Abraham, the experienced player from Vietnam. Things for Corey took rather unfortunate turn of events in her previous match. She lost this very thrilling game, and now this game we just witnessed the final moves. It's a draw in the very first game of the match.
And here we have the bracket of the all the matches. We have Polina Shuvalova, only player who won in the winners bracket, and we do have 2 games ending in a draw. So far, we don't have a leader in the losers bracket, and the games of the next segment has just started. Oh, this is actually the same segment. It's second round of the 5+1.
Yeah, so I think we are going to continue with the same matchup because we essentially saw the final 5 seconds of this match. Didn't really get to see it more closely. Now after bishop g4, e3 is responded by Ham here, trying to continue development. I think for Corey Getty, it's quite important to, gather the thoughts a little bit because she's clearly shaken after this quite unfortunate loss in the Armageddon. I mean, when you suffer a loss like that in the most critical phase of the tournament, it's gotta hurt, right? So I think you need to calm down, gather the thoughts.
You need another loss to focus on that.
Okay, you got
Just kidding. So now Black has to take this knight on f3, otherwise the bishop would be trapped, and White just gained the pair of bishop advantage here, which means that White has to open up the position at some point, maybe e4, bishop g5, and to have this King's Indian position, or to play b3, bishop b2, and then try to somehow trade the pawns, knight d4. I love that move too, to hit the pawn on d6.
It's a sneak attack. I mean, this pawn on d6 will be quite difficult to defend because after queen c7 there might be d takes and e5 and knight d6, maybe even c5 idea.
Wow.
Right now, how she's thinking about this right now. She's not making the move just yet.
Yeah.
Probably trying to calculate it pretty deep.
Knight e4, I love this move. Arthur's maybe b3, bishop a3 is also with the same idea, knight e4, and to have this extra move. B3, let Black to make this normal move, which is castle, and then knight e4, bishop a3. But she's taking so much time.
I think here White is taking a bit too much time. She already should have made her choice. At the moment, she is spending already something like 1 minute on the move. I would say it's huge. Hope everything is good with her connection side. I mean, usually when somebody spends so much time on the move, I suspect there might be an issue with the connection. I hope this is not the case here. I hope this is not the case here.
Oh, that's devastating.
It's already taking too long, no?
It is. Arthurs, you should see the bar on the side for the players. Do you see it? Of the players, how good the internet is?
No, I don't.
Maybe she's calculating all the moves. There is some situations for me when pandemic started and I started to play online chess. Every time I was disconnected, it hurted me more than the games that I lost. It's so devastating.
They're continuing. We don't really know what happened. Maybe she went off to take a cup of coffee or something. There might be some very reasonable explanation why she was unable to make a move.
Someone just knocked on the door and she had to open. We don't know.
Like she had to walk the dog out or something. I mean, you never know. There's a million reasons what could happen. Anyway, the game continues, of course. Now, White decided to ignore this idea of knight e4, knight e6. Black goes desperado counterattack at the king side. f4, rook f8. Looks like some sort of a Dutch Leningrad to me.
Yeah, very strange situation. But there's also some cases like it happens to me when my opponent makes the move and I didn't notice it. It's also can be a case. So anyway, we moved on. What do you think about this pawn on d6? Will be a target?
It's a weak pawn. What can I say? I mean, it's a weak pawn, really, and nothing is going to change it. Only thing I'm thinking from the Black's perspective, she would love to get the knight on d4. I think this is precisely the reason why Black retreated rook f7 to prepare knight f5, but White very quickly reminds that she is also playing here. And with knight e4, this is a brilliant move. The Vietnamese player is threatening not only knight x on d6, Katy, there's also the move f4, open up the bishop, and after f4, knight g5. Here, Black is experiencing some issues with the light squares at the king side.
I like, after you explained this position, I like White's position more, because before I was like, okay, there's one weakness on d6, but what is such a big deal about that? But there's a lot of holes. Knight g5, knight e6, f4 is out there. Looks quite tempting for White.
Now, this is looking really good for Corey. At the moment, she is not really herself, or maybe her opponents are really playing the brilliant chess. We never know. It's probably a mix of the factors here. She is probably slightly shaken, of course, after this loss, being the dominant player in the yesterday's Swiss tournament. What to do?
Yeah, I have now a very big pause from Corey Deysi, and she catch up the time and even went ahead of her opponent. This is a sign that she has a problem in the position, and she knows, and she's trying to find the solution against it. Let's see.
I don't know, knight f5. You gotta try something. I don't know, knight f5, knight g5, rook f. Oh wait, no, it's looking really ugly. There's a 4. Yeah, this knight g5 threat. I would be more afraid of knight g5 than knight e6, Katie, because pawn on d6 is gone. Fine, no problem. But knight g5 with f4, that looks more menacing to me.
Well, knight g5, knight e6, knight g7, f4, pinning this knight. That is very dangerous on the dark squares.
Indeed. There might be even not a single good move, and the bar actually says black is in major trouble here. Okay, knight f5. Now, there's one more detail I didn't notice, Katie, before. After f4, white needs to watch out for the fork on e3.
Shall we start with knight g5? After knight g5, rook to e7 is the move to stop knight coming on e6. How white should proceed from there? Is there anywhere g4, or that's too risky?
That is definitely a risk. I mean, it's inviting to play knight h4. There's a big, gigantic hole in f3, d5, knight f3, queen h2 ideas. No, I don't want to play g4 in a blitz game. It could backfire. So that's precisely the reason why Pam plays bishop g4. Yeah, so she tries to hit the knight on f5, get to the pawn on d6.
And if black takes the bishop on g4, then the pawn from h3 will go to g4. That saves the king on the king's side and will not weaken. Bishop g4 looks very nice move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what here Corey has to do. I have a feeling she has to go for some sort of a desperado attack, like knight h4. I mean, what else? Knight h4, he drops the exchange after bishop e6. Maybe d5, knight f3. There's some ideas, try to deliver this mate on h2.
Here, white's threat is knight g5, and after rook e7 to take the bishop f5, and white is getting a pawn, and very important pawn there on the king side.
I'm not going to argue. That's what I said. I don't really see any good move here for black. And that's precisely the reason why.
Less than a minute on the clock. Corey is struggling in this position. Seems like she hasn't covered from the loss of the beating Armageddon game against Priyanka.
Indeed. So do we have any updates? There are updates, by the way. The first 2 games of Bodnaruk and Wagner has finished in a draw. And that they already have started the 3-minute portion. In the meantime, Corey is approaching the 22nd mark. She has to make a decision. Rook f8. Now white has plenty of choices. Take at f5, capture the pawn on d6, which looks great.
C5,
also knight g5 looks...
Yeah.
Knight g5 looks really tempting here. After knight g5, rook e7. Now, Katie, you mentioned this idea that the knight on e5 might be a weakness. Now it's not. So I think just take the pawn on d6 and worry about the d-dash later.
Yeah, take the pawn. Seems to be good. Another move, Arthurs, I like also bishop a3 to invite c5. But anyway, that's already the past. Knight d6 attacking the rook from on f5, and this rook has to move. She goes on h5. I like that move, somehow inviting some sort of pawn moves.
I mean, black's position is just collapsing very quickly. f4, again, a very easy to play move here, pushing away the knight on e5. Not even sure what black has to do. If black will get some sort of an endgame down a pawn, this will be a dream for black in this position. No, c5 instead is played by the Vietnamese player. Queen e7. I would expect f4 to be played at any given moment. f4 here makes perfect sense. In the meantime, Corey is down to 13 seconds.
Against 1 minute and 10 seconds, that's a lot of time for black here. Bishop takes g7 will simplify the position, but then pawn on c5 will hang, so white has to play something like b4 perhaps after that.
Okay, one white brings more resources she has. Also, the senior threat is queen c4, check, knight f7. I think that's already winning the game, or at least very close. F5 looks very promising.
F5 looks amazing too. Just cut this rook before securing the pawn on c5. A3 can be also just a normal move here.
Now white is not in the rush. She secures the pawn on c5 and says the f5 threat is going nowhere.
Arthur's what about rook e4, rook e1, and to just get on this 7th rank, but f5 has been played. Oof.
I love how she's playing this game with the white color, showing that this is how it should be done. No need to rush. I can prepare things. So she just wins on time. Corey forgot about the clock. Okay, the position was of course dead lost.
Very bad, yeah. Oh,
that's the game, Katie, you won't forget if you are one of the tournament favorites.
That is indeed a very important win here for the Vietnamese international master, and she is taking the lead. The other game is in progress of Anastasia Bodnaruk and Nara Wagner, and I have to read out one of our comments of our moderator in the chat. I'm impressed by the Wi-Fi, internet Wi-Fi. I am also quite impressed. We have not any major issues from Nara Wagner about her internet, right?
No. So yeah, she's apparently playing from the airport. We don't really know. Maybe she already is playing from the plane. Right, so I would imagine at some point she's going to have to board a plane. Hopefully not before she has to play the decisive match. Just to give you also some update what's happening in some other matches, Shuvalova has taken 2-0 lead against Priyanka Nutak in the winner's bracket final match. So at the moment it looks like excellent chances for Shuvalova to qualify for the main event.
Not a big surprise for any of the chess fans. She was indeed one of the favorites of the qualifiers, and definitely everyone wants to see her joining Big Six in the finals. This position looks so odd, right? Both kings on the long side. We don't very often see this kind of pawn structures.
Kete, in my grandmaster's opinion, white has an extra piece. Is my calculation correct?
I have been taught so to you with this bishop on b2 being locked out there. That's what I also know, that it's very bad piece. I agree with that. You agree with that, with my very, very precise assessment. Yeah, so white somehow has managed to win an extra piece, put the knight on d3. Apparently there was a blunder by Wagner in the previous move. Well, Arthur's at some point, maybe black has to try to play d3 and trade this dead bishop on b2, but weaken the dark squares on the queen side. What do you think? Can be that a chance for black?
I don't know. It also would allow white to simplify the position, Katie. I think what I would try to do is play something like queen a5, b5, maybe at some point in d to play this d3, get to the king because it's feeling slightly vulnerable there. But I mean, a piece is a piece.
Piece is a piece, and the rook on f4 is also struggling now as white is targeting that another piece, maybe g5 now, or rook f7 and then g5 later on. g5 is on the board. Where the bishop goes on h8 is only one square to go.
Yeah, and there's also rook h1, so I have a feeling now it's time for black to go all in. This is precisely what Wagner is doing. She is trying to complicate the game.
Pawn takes bishop and rook c4.
That's a nice trick.
Oh,
you could easily blunder that. Bishop takes on f6 is also rook takes on c4, so white has to be quite careful here.
So tricky. You have to be a tricky player in the blitz games. Wow.
Maybe king b1. Not sure. King b1, bishop takes on b2, king takes on b2, and then rook takes on c4, queen takes on d6, rook c2, check, and the game continues.
Yep.
And that's precisely the reason why Bodnaruk still hasn't made her
burning her time on the clock. And it was captured?
She sacrificed the queen.
And it's still winning.
She sacrificed the queen.
Oh,
She's still winning. Apparently, she is very open-minded. She doesn't mind giving up the queen because she saw this idea, rook h8, king d7. Wait a second. I guess she wants to trade the queens. Put the bishop f6, rook g1, and put a new queen on the board.
95. Check.
That's even better.
If king takes d7 and knight d3, you can take that pawn. And guard the rook on e1, king c2 would do the job now as well. Wow. What's
it's still very
now?
tricky. I guess rook e8 should be winning. Queen e1 check. King c2 should be winning. I see no more checks. So this is also what Bodnaruk has calculated. Rook c8 is a killing move. King b6 maybe the final move. King b6 is on the board. Knight e3. c5, king a7. Where's the winning blow? Bishop b5. Is that winning? Bishop e5 is asking to be played. There's queen c4, queen a4 check. You have to calculate very quickly.
Queen c4 on the board. There will be several more checks now. Queen g4, queen a4 are the checks.
Why? Black didn't take the pawn on e7 when she had a chance. Okay, we may never know.
And that's it. There's no more checks. And the king
Bodnaruk
can
is gonna win
hide.
this.
White has too many extra pieces.
An actual mate on the board. And this means also that Bodnaruk takes the lead in the match in the first 3 minutes portion game. And now the next game is about also to start. But I think we also have to see what's happening in the final match of the winner's bracket, where Polina Shuvalova has a commanding lead versus the Indian player Priyanka.
Is now the result, yeah. Wow, we have to shout out to Anastasia Bodnaruk for that amazing queen sacrifice. She invested so much time and gave in the end very precise evaluation, and it worked out. So that was quite nice one.
White has an extra exchange, but the king is slightly weak, and also having 25 seconds on the clock doesn't really help. This is still not over. And again, it's the king's safety. Yeah, rook c3, she tries to secure the king. You see the bar immediately hates White's choice. h4, queen e7. These are very easy moves. What about h4, queen e7, and try to trap the queen on a7 with some discovered check, bishop h2. You can easily miss this in a time scramble.
Oh, I love that. I love that queen e7, h4, and all these ideas. But there's rook e3 move, which is a bit annoying for black. It's just going for that.
King g7 apparently is a very slow move.
Yeah, why is that actually?
You know, I would choose black here. That's my feeling. I would always choose black because you are the one who is attacking. You have more time on the clock, and now Priyanka is down to 13 seconds. I think she's panicking here slightly. Is she now? Oh no, she's attacking the pawn on f7. Queen e8 makes perfect sense to defend the pawn and also threat with queen e1 check. No, Shuvalova goes defensive with bishop c7.
And we have Priyanka not repeating the position. She knows she's better now, and she knows that's the chance to win. And bishop d3 has been played. Knight to d7. This looks, there should be something here for white. Some move.
5 seconds for Priyanka. She has to make a move very quickly.
Ouch.
So she trades the pieces. 4 seconds. h4. Now Shuvalova starts to play faster. 1 second.
Oh no, she has to make a move.
With 0.4 seconds.
Yeah, queen to d6. Maybe it's time to push a4, a5 now for white too. Queen e1.
Queen d4 is a move. And black starts to take over the game.
Queen
here.
c3
Bishop
was
b6.
winning there. Okay. And we can have the bishop endgame, perhaps?
This was not really necessary, but now it's quite obvious that it's Shuvalova who is in charge here. Again, the moves are executed very quickly. White has outside passport. Now, once again, it's White who is calling the shots.
King c5, king b6 should be played there. Or, okay, White is
probably it's... Yeah, it's going to be a draw. It looks like it's going to be a draw. Could have turned out either way. The first draw of this match. But of course, let's wait to see a confirmation.
Yeah, they're still.
I don't see either of the players winning this.
Yeah, that's it. They will make a draw.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a draw. Agreed.
So
Shuvalova still leads
against the half. That is the current situation here. Shuvalova is actually leading this match and is dominating, but we should admit that Priyanka is putting a very nice fight on the board.
Now we are following the first 3-minute game between Deysi against Pham Gledhar Nguyen, where actually it's quite surprisingly the Vietnamese player who is leading the match so far, 1.5 point versus half a point. So Corey is struggling. Obviously the pre-match favorite because she's the slightly higher rated player, but she won yesterday's Swiss tournament in a great fashion.
Yeah.
Here,
She's a favorite.
the
of
Vietnamese
this
player
series.
seems to be safe, no?
That's right, actually.
2 points for the exchange.
Getting back now. Now white can get this king on c5 and then push the king backwards. But I like how active black is. Black is in this position.
Yeah, I have a feeling that the pawn on h6 now is falling, and now Corey noticed this. Rook b1 just to make some random move. Now rook h1. Why is she not going after the pawn on h6? This I don't understand.
She probably wants to win some time? Or flag the opponent?
Maybe.
Oh no,
She
she's
might
repeating
not-
so many moves.
She might not get another chance. King d6, rook h7,
h7.
finally.
Yeah.
Finally, we're getting there. Should be a draw.
Should be a draw. Knight is very tricky piece, as you mentioned many times. I would be so scared to have rook and the king so close to each other.
Yeah, and it seems that black has managed to find a fortress. Just move with the king, do nothing else. White can't make a single progress.
King
F-pawn,
c5 here.
G-pawn is not moving anywhere. Yeah, just move with the king. That's it. Unless there's going to be a big blunder, I don't see white making any progress here. Easy moves for black. Actually, it's white who needs to be careful not to blunder any forks.
Yeah.
Because this knight, it's very tricky, and it's a draw agreed by at repetition.
That's right. So we have here the draw, not agreed, but just fixed. So the things are getting more and more interesting. Dinara Wagner is a point behind against Anastasia Bodnaruk. And here we can see that Dinara might have a good chance to come back in this game. And Arthur, this is already 3+1 portion, right?
This is the second game of the 3+1 portion. Indeed, white has the better position here because, as Danny himself would say, Danny range, this bishop on f6, only a mother could love this bishop. Right?
What?
I mean, it's such only a mother could love this bishop. Such a bad bishop.
Oh, that's so brutal.
That's what he said. It's not even my quote. Right? That's what Danny said once.
Oh, that hearted me so much. I never heard it. Oh, that's so brutal.
That is brutal, but I mean, it's true. This bishop f6 is really bad, yeah?
Oh, that's so brutal.
You're shocked.
I have tears for it. It's too brutal, but it
You're in
describes
tears.
well. It describes this bishop so well, but yeah. Okay, the pawn on a4 is a weak pawn, so black has to keep the eye. Maybe white has to try to get the b file under the control. Rook b2, bishop.
And somehow it's black who is making progress. Now she's attacking the pawn on c4, rook b2, trying to organize some counterplay. But when the counterplay is going to be evaporated, the weaknesses are going to remain. The pawn on a3 makes an easy target. So for Bodnaruk, this is trouble.
All right.
Also, she has low time on the clock. Queen d3.
Queen d3. Attacking bishop a3 is a target, is a threat now. And also thinking, Arthur, that maybe it's time to get this knight on from g3 somewhere on the queen side. This knight will be very much needed to push the a pawn forward.
Yeah, but I think just queen b3, trade the queens, indeed, play b4, c5, activate the king. This is going to be easy victory for Dinara, and also an excellent chance to level the scores, because once again, in the match, it is Bodnaruk who is leading this mini-match. 2 points versus 1. Bishop takes on d6. Now the second pawn falls on h6. This is victory for the German player.
The victory that she needs very much. Knight on h2, in fact, is just dropped. King f2, king g2 can be the pre-moves here to pick up this knight. And here we have the resignation. 2-2 is the current result.
And they are about to start the bullet, but before we jump to the bullet portion, let's see what's happening in the final 3-minute blitz game between Corey Deysi and Lethan Nguyem Khan, who are fighting out the final game of the 3-minute section. Here they have 2-minute siege. The position seems to be quite, I want to say level.
Yeah, it's very level, but somehow black's pieces are more like coordinated. Well, I'm never a big fan of the bishop on h2. In the end games, this bishop creates checkmate threats on the back rank for white's king. But if you play bishop g3, at some point f5, f4 might be the black's idea there. So for the moment... Oh, yeah, she's just going for that. I wanted to suggest that this bishop should stay here for a moment. Do you see f5, f4 as a serious threat here, Arthur?
Sure, why not? I mean, again, it's always easier to be the attacker in the time scramble. So she starts with h5, sending the bishop back to h2, and that's why the Vietnamese player says, no, I don't want to go there back anymore. Now bishop f2, she gives a new role for the bishop.
Bishop from h2 to f2 does actually better job indeed. At some point, white should maybe start to play e4 and then b4 to somehow create the play on the queen side. White is more stronger on that side of the board.
Actually, I was liking your idea, Katie, to play f5, create some targets. f5, e4. This was more to my liking. Now here, Corey has a different idea. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe just activate the bishop on g5, protect the pawn on h4. We are going to see. Queen c4. I think white is applying some pressure against the pawn on h4 just in case.
Bishop to g5 is the move. I like that knight queen to c4 because afterwards if black plays f5 next move, knight c5, c7 is a trap there. And the queen together knight creates the pressure on e6 knight. Maybe b4 here for white. Pawn takes a5.
Pawn, that makes sense. That indeed makes sense. So
b4 f5 knight c7 can be the move.
I'm sorry?
Before f5 and knight to c7.
Oh, sorry.
e4, I don't.
I was so shocked. I lost my earphones.
e4 is not the move that we would like here, right? To see.
I was so shocked with the move e4, Kenny, because it's such a move you don't want to make. It just weakens the f4 square.
Yeah.
Bishop f4, queen g5, bishop g3, knight f4. Why do you want to do this? I mean, I totally get the idea. She wants to secure the d5 square now.
C5? Ooh.
That is strange.
Okay, that actually gives up d5 square. Maybe rook d5 here. Maybe b4 here in this position. There are some possibilities already for white on the queen side. Queen to f1, that's a bit passive move.
What's the idea of c5 again?
To stop before.
To play knight f4, I guess. No, I guess to play knight f4 so the pawn on c7 is not under attack. I always want to understand the idea why the opponent is playing what she is playing. But I think that bishop f4, bishop g3, queen g5 is looking more natural. And queen f1, white plays it to trade the rooks. There you go. One rook is traded. The second rook is traded. We could always trade rooks. We could trade queens. And now finally Cor realizes she has to put the knight on f4. Target the pawn on g2, and probably around here, the Vietnamese player should already regret having this choice to play e4.
That's queen right. King to h1 here. is not the greatest move here. Queen to d2. Ooh, so tricky. This queen on this second rank.
I have a feeling that Corey forgot about the pawn on h4. There was no need to give it up. She could have played bishop g5 before just to protect it. Pawn on b2 was going nowhere.
Maybe just to take the knight on f4 and this knight is out of the board, which was creating so much danger. And that's right, e5, e4, e6 is coming.
I mean, this game can still go either way because white has the knight on b5. We already know, dear viewers, the knights are very tricky pieces in a time scramble. Although it's not really doing much at the moment on b5. So white just waits and does nothing. Queen c to the pawn on a4 is under attack. Queen a1, that's a sad queen, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
And white is just repeating the move. King h1, king to h2. We're gonna see the other king move, yes.
Yeah. So Corey is making a Nigel short maneuver. King h5, king h4. No. King f6, king g6, shuffling the pieces here and there. Is she gonna do a short here? Queen c2, king h5, king h4, king g3. Come on, do it. White is running out of time. She has no time to think about anything else. Just repeat the position.
She's winning a lot of time with these moves, though.
Is there g4 somewhere threatening? g4, f3?
Bishop c5. I like that. I like that idea to have this battery of queen and the bishop. And this is a blunder. The pawn is gone.
There goes the knight, Katie. I mean, this knight is so tricky. Watch out for queen d8 threats here. This could still go either way. Queen g7 mate in one threat. You have to be very careful. Now the Vietnamese player is fighting back. Knight h4, knight f5, queen e1, queen h4. This is wild. Queen a7. I think white is going to win this.
No,
No?
no. That's not big.
You don't believe me?
No.
Okay, maybe not.
It's just two active pieces for black too. The pawn is already on c2. King d7.
G7. Apparently there was a missed opportunity and white finally loses on time. This was such a roller coaster game, Katie. It could have gone either way. At some moment I already had a feeling that white is going to win this, but finally it is the Peruvian player who levels the score and they're about to start their Armageddon. What I'm saying?
1+1, and this is not the only match. We also have another match of Anastasia Bodnaruk and Wagner. Who also has 2-2, or is it 3-2? I'm a bit confused. I don't see.
So let me just calculate.
Yes.
I think at the moment Shuvalova's match versus Priyanka.
Oh, it's 3-2-2. Yeah, okay, I see better
3-2.
here. Yes,
it's 3-2. It is 3-2, and here in this position, Shuvalova has a very nice position. So it's just enough for her to make a draw, but I think she's simply going to win the game. Why not? And she wins. And by this, Shuvalova qualifies for the main event.
Yeah, big congratulations to Polina Shuvalova and her supporters. She is indeed deserves that one seat in the final. And we have the 1+1 portion. Deysi against Li Zhao here. In this segment, anything can happen, Arthurs.
So what was once again the result of Bodnaruk against Dinara Wagner, Katie?
The final result is 4-2. Right now
so
we have
Bodnaruk
4-2.
won.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's already finished, and this is the final bullet game. So once again, what was the result? Again, it's very difficult to follow.
Yeah, so we can just quickly bring it up on the screen. We have Bodnaruk 4-2 against Wagner, and in this match,
it's 2 each. Yeah.
In this match, Deysi against Le Town is equal to 2. So in fact, this is the only match in progress right now.
Right. This is 2 each. Indeed, this is the first bullet game so far. So now we are going to have a chance to watch it until the end, because it's first this game, then the second game. Already look at this. I mean, Pam is down on 12 seconds. This is not a good sign. And Corey is playing much faster.
Yep. So we don't have any pawns traded yet. All the pawns are still on the board, and we might have first trade right now. Pawn takes the
nice
pawn.
intermezzo there. C takes on d5, clearly missed by black. Now black's position is in ruins. Bishop takes on b7 is a very big threat. Knight takes on d4, pawn on d6 is under attack, pawn on b7 is under attack.
95, I like that move. Guards everything together. What can be done here? Maybe 94 threatening d4, but knight d3 is another threat here for white. So rook to d1 and b6, knight b5.
Now the Vietnamese player is fighting back. Now she's fighting back, and now once again it's not so clear. Rook c8, bishop b7 seals the deal. That's it. Yeah, that was an unfortunate blunder.
And
so Corey wins.
Yes. Okay, now she's a new player, totally new player. We saw how aggressive she was in this portion. Maybe she's also a bit faster player. We're gonna see another game right away.
And of course,
is it Dutch?
Finally, somebody plays the Dutch Leningrad, quite a famous practical weapon in actually the time control games. 92. No, I don't think I've seen it before. There's all kinds of moves. Queen d3, queen b3.
b3, very bad move.
Not 92. No, it's not a good move. You're not supposed to play like this. So knight a6. I think black already could have played d5 instantly. Here d5 makes perfect sense. Even knight e4 might be a move to exploit this pin. I have a feeling that Pam simply did not know this line. That's why she played as knight e2.
e3 now, you like this move, Arthurs, I know, to damage the pawn structure. White responded with f4. That's a good approach here to play this move and to weaken the pawn on e3. Queen c1 attacking the pawn on e3 right away, but it's dangerous to take the queen e3 now. Bishop c4 will be white's move. So knight to d1, offering the bishop trade on b2.
Also, it's important to note that things are not over for Priyanka because despite the fact that she lost against Polina Shuvalova, she was playing in the winner's bracket, and this means the players from the winner's bracket will have to be eliminated twice. And that's why Priyanka right now is relegated to the final of the loser's bracket, and she's waiting for the winner of this matchup. Could it be Deysi, Corey? Maybe. But still one more match to go after this.
Still, indeed. In fact, now Anastasia Bodnaruk is waiting for another match. She has qualified, and Priyanka might take a little bit of time. That's very important to have some break after crazy games that she has played, and she has done a great job so far. So what we can talk about this position, Arturs, is this pawn on e3 strong pawn?
Definitely, and the black also is attacking. I see all kinds of threats at the king side. I mean, all of white's pieces are basically on the first two ranks. And knight a3 doesn't really change a lot. White is thinking about knight c2, try to get the pawn on e3. Black enjoys the space advantage. Now I think Corey realized that she wants to play it safe. I think she should have continued the direct attack at the king side. Now suddenly, you see, she started to play very careful. Maybe she, realized, wait a second, I just need a draw from this match. I don't need to win this. And usually when you start to think like this is when the things go south from this
I love
moment.
how the bar
So
goes
you see
up
the
and
bar,
down.
yeah, the bar, of course, tends to go up all the time.
f5 attacking the rook. There's a check, queen e5. Rook to f6. Black is a bit passive now, kicking the knight. Queen trade would be good. But
I think we might even... What? Oh, that's a check. I thought white blundered this. That was an actual check. I think that we might actually be
another Armageddon?
seeing another Armageddon, Kelly. Indeed. Let's not jump the gun yet, but it looks like it's entirely possible. Rook e1 is a mistake. g5, g6, f6. White's plan is really simple. King takes on f3, king e3. Now white enjoys a lot of extra pawns.
No, just f6. And white is not afraid of pawn on e6 because there is a checkmate and it is our next Armageddon today? I think so.
Yeah, that's indeed is going to be the next Armageddon. So the system is as follows. The players have to bid, their viewer, they have to bid how much time they want to get for their single Armageddon game, which has no increment. So I think there you go. There you see the knockout rules. So it's one more Armageddon game, 5 minutes, no bonus time. I think in the only Armageddon game so far, we had Corey Deysi playing against...
the first Armageddon. Hold on, we
they
remember.
Bid 4 minutes.
It was Priyanka and Corey lost that game with black pieces because there was a lot of blunders from her side. Priyanka qualified to play against Polina, but then Polina won the match. Priyanka is now in the losers bracket waiting for this match to end, and then it's so complicated. And also Bodnaruk is waiting for this match. So the winner of the match of Corey Deysi and La Tao will play against Anastasia Bodnaruk. And the winner of these two will face Priyanka in the final of the losers bracket. And so far, Arturs, we have already one qualifier, and that is Polina Shuvalova.
Indeed, and I think that right now, while the players are thinking about their strategy for the Armageddon game, we can probably make yet another short break, can we?
That's right. So you guys don't go anywhere. We're going to see second Armageddon today, and you don't want to miss any second of that. See you very soon. Welcome back, everyone. This is Women's Beach Chess Championship 2023, the qualifiers knockout day, and we do have Armageddon ahead of us. Katie and Arthur is here covering this event. Arthur, we know already the results of beating Armageddon. Can you please tell us?
Yeah, so Corey Deysi has chosen 5 minutes. Lethau has chosen black. So Corey plays with white. This means she has to win the game. She has extra 1 minute on the clock. Katie, do you like this? Will you choose actually to play with white, or you would prefer to play with black? Less time, but with the drawing odds.
When I want to make a draw, I can never make a draw. So I think I would just take white pieces, actually.
All right. All right. So the game is about to start. Corey has this extra 1 minute, but she has to win at all costs. The game is about to start. So it's been a very roller coaster match so far, quite unexpectedly, I would actually say. I was expecting that the Peruvian player will be the favorite. I guess maybe I'm slightly biased because of her super performance yesterday.
Yeah.
But the Vietnamese player has been playing some pretty impressive chess today.
Yeah.
So what do we have here?
Very precise chess, very nice chess. But we have seen Corey Deysi coming back into last 2 games in the 1-to-1 Persian. So this is another game. We have here Armageddon, no increment. That's a game changer here. You don't even have that 1 second of increment. And about this position looks quite even for the moment.
I don't like what she's doing with white. I mean, somehow this last move, one of the last moves, A4, it just creates unnecessary weaknesses in white's camp. The weakness on B4, also the pawn on B3, and black just plays solid chess. I mean, knight E5, she doesn't need to invent bicycle here, because all she needs to do is play solid. E5 here, now black gets a very nice Morozzi bind. Is it though? After bishop D5, knight C7, there was a fork. That's precisely the reason why black plays knight b4 and anchors the knight on b4 and says you can't get it out of there.
That's right, and Corey is trying to push the pawn on the king side. H4, H5 was her idea, but that was stopped by H5, and maybe that's the target now, that white can pull up some of the play on the king side. Is there something like F4, F5 to weaken the king side?
I mean, she had to do something, obviously, right? So H4 was one attempt. Black said, no, it's going to stop right there. Knight E4, great move, I like it. Trying to simplify the position, unless there are some tactical issues with the unprotected bishop on B7. So I'm talking about something like knight X on D4. What about...
Oh, Arthur's take on D4, queen takes D4, and then knight C5. Was there a move with idea of knight E6? Check.
I have to go there for a moment. So once again, knight X on D4.
Queen takes D4, rook takes D4, and knight C5.
Queen D4 and knight C5, yes. Indeed. Yeah,
and bishop G2, knight E6.
Very nice moment there.
So we are moving forward, and the time now is more or less even. 20 seconds, 15 seconds difference only. And black seems to be very active with his knights on the 4th rank. And the pawn structure also looks quite nice.
Yeah, and this pawn on D3 now is a major weakness. So now, I don't know, have to do something with F4 related here for Corey. What else? Because talking about the pawn play, pawn on B3 is not moving, pawn on D3 is not moving, so it's gotta be F4. The question is when? When do you play F4? Maybe now.
She should play at some point indeed. Bishop to F3 has been played. Maybe she wants to play G4 or to keep the eye on H5 pawn. There's also king to G2 sort of ideas there to somehow open the 1st rank for the rooks on the king side. But no, she goes on the other side of the board and plays A5. What about B5 there?
Yeah, B5 will weaken the pawn on C5. And that's precisely the reason why Khan decided not to do it. Queen D8 is a great move. I like it. It solidifies the position. It protects the pawn on B6. It also, Katie, applies very nice pressure against the pawn on D3. Knight B2 is an ugly move. I don't like it. But then again, what else to do? Queen C7,
Arthur,
I guess.
How about some moves like Knight A2? And then bishop e4, and to chase the rook. Like, you cannot leave this rook from c file because knight c3 will be the fork. Otherwise, you have to repeat the moves. So all this can happen if black plays rook to d8 next move.
But Corey has already lost her extra minute, so things are really not looking good for her right now. So right now she has less time than Black, and she doesn't have the draws. Black has it, so Bishop G2, she's gonna go back for the F4 ID, I think.
And Arthurs, this can be very tough to Armageddons for one day in for Corey Deysi. Let's admit that Armageddon is not the greatest threat for the chess player, and Corey has to face it 2 times today.
F5 is a great move. I just love this. It stops all of White's ideas. Think about something like G4, F4, and she just slams the door shut and saying that nothing is going to happen there. So here, things are looking really bad for White. Something like Knight C3, I'm looking at Queen B7. Bishop F3 is a big threat. The Bishop on H3 is not doing much. I'm not sure what here Corey has to do. Is she thinking about Bishop F5, Queen H5 idea? But the Queen alone is not.
Oh, Arthurs, can I suggest now this move? Let's say Knight to G5, Knight G5, Pawn takes G5, and Knight to A2 idea. So I'm chasing the rook. You cannot leave this rook from C file. Otherwise, I'm repeating Knight B4, and Black here needs draw.
I mean, why are you so fixated on this A2 square, Katy? I wonder. you want to make it work for some reason. I don't know why. I mean,
I just want to check the
must be some pleasant memories from somewhere. I don't know.
Maybe Bishop to A8 here with the either Queen C6 or Queen to B7 to put the battery on this long diagonal and threaten checkmate. I love that move.
Yeah, also there's this pressure on the pawn on D3. I just don't see a single active plan for White, and also her time deteriorates all the time. Now finally she realizes she has to change something. She sacrificed the pawn on D3 in order, I don't know, try to surprise the opponent. But what about this Queen C6 or Queen B7? What she is gonna do with this long diagonal?
Tough to answer that question. Queen H1 now is a checkmate threat, so King H2 goes on the other side of the board. And after B5?
I think that's it. I mean, I think there's already some very
How about Rook D3
here?
here? Rook D3?
Rook D3 is a main one threat. Get it? You can't do this. Oh, yeah. You can't do this.
Oh, no. I was focused on the other side of the board mostly today.
Nguyen Kham is on the verge to win this Armageddon game, because also the clock for the Peruvian player, the winner of the Swiss tournament, doesn't look good. Knight E2, look at all of White's pieces are so passive here. Black has an extra pawn and a compensation for it. I love this move, A6. No need to rush.
Yeah, just putting the time on the clock, just passing the move. I like that too. Not before attacking
Wait
the rook.
a second, this is inviting for
Rook
E8 on
D2.
the 5 here.
Oh.
There was something,
happening? Yeah. Rook D2 I thought was winning, but maybe Rook D3 was a better move there. Rook D3 and then chess the queen. But anyway, Black is just having great position.
I'm a bit surprised that Corey didn't sacrifice the rook on C2, something like E6 on the 5, Queen G5. She had to go all in. Now she's going to try to do the same again. She might not get another. She drops the rook on D8 and Corey doesn't notice that. Unbelievable.
Black won?
What just happened? What? How exactly?
By resignation?
Why resign? Okay, that is really strange, but there was this craziness, absolute craziness. After Queen G5, Rook F7, Black just hung the rook on D8. Why did not take it? And something unthinkable happened here. She mouse slipped. She wanted to play Bishop takes on F5, Katy. She mouse slipped. She played Bishop G4 and resigned in disgust. I think this is precisely what happened here. That was a mouse slip.
Whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, wait. Okay, so this.
What do you want me to say? I mean, it was a drama. I mean,
this why I need to register what just happened. So wait, this was the first blunder. Then White plays Bishop to G4.
So I mean, just to explain you what happened here. So Black blundered the rook on D8.
Yeah.
White could play Queen D8 and just win the game. Of course, I mean, Black would of course continue. No, she wanted to play Bishop takes on F5. She didn't notice the rook on D8 is under attack. She wanted to play Bishop takes on F5, and then she made a mouse slip, landed Bishop on G4, and
But now queen
resign.
to d8 is still possible.
Yeah, it's still possible.
This is unclear for me, to be honest, but what a drama in the Armageddon game. So Corey Deysi resigned here in this position. And that means that Le Tao Pam is going in the match against Bodnaruk.
I mean, Katie, I have to say this. This is the most bizarre finish of an Armageddon game I've seen, right? I mean, there was a blunder, a mutual blunder from both players. Then there's a mouse slip, a resignation when you still could have continued. Yeah. It's really bizarre.
It is. Arthurs, the players really need now the break. So this is the situation right now. What we have, Anastasia Bodnaruk was waiting for this match, and it seems like Vietnamese international master will face her, and the winner of this match will go to the final match against Priyanka in the losers bracket. We have Polina Shuvalova already qualified. I think we also need some time to understand what just happened and breathe just for a moment. You guys,
just
we're
need
taking
to collect the thoughts.
3 minutes
Absolutely.
of break. We'll be back in 2 minutes very likely. Don't go anywhere because perhaps I have more dramas is just ahead of us. Welcome back, everyone. This is the most epic qualifiers of the Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023. Arthurs and Katy here working for you. Arthurs, we have seen a really dramatic situation that it's not happening every day in the chess world. We have seen a lot of ups and downs in that game, and then resignation at the moment that no one expected.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing really. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I'm pretty sure is that exactly this turn of events happened is that after rook d8, once again, let's go back to this critical phase because I think we have to show it like 5 times in order to understand what exactly happened here. Black blundered the rook on d8. Why didn't I notice this? Instead, what was so fixed on the idea that there is bishop takes on f5, it didn't even register for Corey that the rook is under attack. She wanted to play bishop takes on f5. She mouse slipped. She played bishop g4. She realized what she has done and she resigned. And maybe only then it dawned upon her that the rook on d8 is under attack. Anyway, crazy matchup. What happened because the next final match of the losers bracket is about to start.
It's about to start, and we do see Polina already qualified, and she is probably already out of this tournament and out of the Zoom call. And Priyanka is waiting for her opponent. Arturs, before we start the next next match actually, let's remind our viewers that we have also a fair play check for the players and the Zoom call of the players. So the arbiters are making sure that everyone plays fair game. And here we have the first game of the match.
Yep. So, yeah, Bodnaruk is playing against Priyanka.
And we start with 5+1 as usually, so we're gonna have 6 games. Arturs, what's what's wrong?
No. I'm just thinking there.
That was a weird silence. So we have this not Sicilian Caro-Kann defense, close possession. We have with the bishop on f5 developed, and or it's French. I'm so confused. Maybe it's French.
No. This looks like some sort of a Caro-Kann. Yeah, just to give you, dear viewers, an update. So the winner of this match will, in the end, play against Priyanka. Right? That's why I'm slightly confused, because there's the winners bracket, the losers bracket. The winners brackets losers get to relegate to the losers bracket. The losers bracket losers get relegated home. Yeah, and sometimes it's tricky to figure out who is still there. But Priyanka is still here. She's waiting for her opponent, and this match of Bodnaruk and Lagno Nguyen Khan will determine the finalist of the loser bracket.
Yeah, so these two players are so close to qualify in the final tournament of the Women's Pitch Chess Championship, the biggest online event for women, with $72,500 prize fund, and with star chess players, 6 invited players, and Polina Shuvalova, who qualified first from the winners bracket, and maybe one of these 2 players will be another qualifier.
Indeed. All right. So now we have some sort of a French position. Black tries to organize counterplay at a queenside with c6, c5, h5, queen d3. I think we are about to see c6 on d4, c6 on d4 at some point very quickly. You know, Kitty, I'm always a big fan of these positions from the White's perspective, because White's plan, again, is more easier to carry out, right? I see these pawns, c3, d4, e5. We discussed this briefly earlier today. It means you have to do something at a king side. So when you do it at a king side,
there is a plan of this knight now jump on d4, but there was knight h2, knight g4, and to attack on this h6 pawn with the knight and the dark square bishop. There are some sacrifices too on the king side, and I agree with the fact that here White has a bit easier game than Black. However, the last capture with the knight on d4, that gave some chances to Black, as the pawn now on c3 might be under attack. And there's also a possibility to play f6 to open up a little bit the king side.
I'm a bit surprised by this knight x on d4 move, but then again, perhaps Bodnaruk has simply chosen another path. The knight on d4 is a pretty good piece. Yeah.
Okay, king h8 probably is the preparation of f5 or f6. So she doesn't want to...
Bodnaruk blunders a pawn, I think. Wait a second. What about knight e3? Hitting the rook in e1. The pawn on c3 will be under attack. This is a careless move. There was no need to do that. And I think by now, Bodnaruk already has realized what she has done. So after knight e3, can she play rook e3, knight c1, rook c1, bishop g5, f4? All right, so White is still doing fine. This is what I call a lucky blunder.
Okay. Sounds good, actually. Knight e3 attacking the bishop, and here we have it on the board, attacking the rook, and also the pawn on c3, and there's not much of the choice here for this rook. Rook goes on e3, third rank, and after rook c3, Arturs, there was bishop d2 move.
Was there?
Yeah.
Okay. Apparently White had another choice. I think that this trade favors black because this white's bishop on d2 was eyeballing the pawn on h6 in some lines. There might be some sacrifice ideas on h6. Now black is feeling a bit more safer and probably should resume this idea of what the pawn structure indicates, playing at a queen side, something like, I'm not sure probably how to play it out, something like b5, b4, try to create some weaknesses to the queen side, while white's plan usually is pretty obvious. Play for a kingside attack, f4, f5 related. The question is how to execute it properly.
Yeah, that's a very good question. We can see the latest move, rook to e1, is the move which tells us that white is going to play on the king side with just the idea you here showed to us. There is also a move like rook to g3 to attack the g7 pawn, and knight a4 later on with some annoying ideas on the king side too. And black is preparing b5 here. So a6 with idea b5, b4 should be also just fine for black.
I think that black doesn't really want to touch the f-pawn, Katie, because sometimes you want to play f6, but not here, because if you play f6, you make a lot of weaknesses here. I love this idea by Bodnaruk. She plays knight f4. The bar is not really impressed, but I see all kinds of goes here at the king side. Bishop d4, c takes on d4. Also, the Vietnamese player appreciates the threats. The pawn on a2 can be defended with a4, rook e3, rook f3. Every single white position, in white's position, every single white's piece is looking for this attack.
That's right. So white can increase the pressure on the king side, but there is still not this very clear plan how white can open up the position on the king side and do this final blow here. So this gives some time to black to collect the pawns on the queen side. Rook e2 now guards the pawn on e2. Maybe queen to c8 to keep the pressure on c5. First check.
Yeah.
And
Knight h8. That's a great idea. Knight h7,
Knight g5.
knight g5. Yeah, secure the king side. This is precisely the reason why Bodnaruk tries to create more weaknesses. I guess f4, f5. Also, f4 takes care of that knight. Takes care of the knight h7, knight g5 threat. f4 is on the board. Again, I still prefer white.
Yeah, that looks actually very interesting. Queen to c8, keeping some pressure on c file too. And stopping f5 happening, rook f2, hoping that next move can be f5. Black is getting ready for f5 too. After f5, knight g5 will jump.
But wait a second, Katie. I mean, after eventual f takes on e6, f takes on e6, what about knight f4, knight g6? I mean, this knight is going to be a monster on g6. Now, the question is how to make it work. What's the right order of the moves for Bodnaruk? Because Bodnaruk already sees this idea. The question is how to execute it.
Yeah, that's a very good question, actually, how to push further. b6 is the move that you're just waiting for your opponent to make the move to play f5, and then you'll figure out what is your next move. But this move just calls the action f5, taking on e6 and knight f4, or even to push f6 somewhere there.
I think I would play something like, no, not e1, that's not the direction. I would play something like queen h4, g4, f5, then play knight f6. This is how I would play it.
This knight is going to h4. Knight h4.
Aha.
And
this is what she wants to do. And then play f5.
And f5, it will be stronger. And there's some checkmate ideas there too. Queen g3, guarding the rook on f2.
Could this be a moment to play g6 for black, try to take over the game at the king side?
Can be. I would actually like here to trade the rooks and to play queen to e8, threatening f5 somewhere there to attack the pawn on h5. But black goes here, queen to c1, and just scanning f4 pawn.
Right, so the rook on e3 cannot go anywhere. Black seems to be quite safe as white's attack is seemingly going nowhere. No, Bodnaruk insists. She wants to make this idea work. f5, f takes on e6, and knight g6 in the end.
Interesting idea. Now rook to e2. Queen goes on d1 and scans now again h5 pawn and d4 pawn. Rook c1 will be the move here if white is not careful.
I mean, Katie, what are you doing if you're Priyanka right now and you were waiting for your opponent in the final of the losers bracket? What do? Do you prepare for the games? Do you open up a chess space?
I do actually breathing exercises when I have a match, and I'm waiting for someone to finish the game. This is actually very helpful because you are under so much pressure and tense that you feel that something is wrong in your body, and to do the breathing exercises is helping me very much to, relax a little bit.
All right.
So, yes. You didn't expect this answer, right? You thought I'll open chess base and analyzing everything there.
I thought you were going to say yes, Artur. I'm opening the chess base.
Breathing exercises always
looking at
help
the
me.
diagrams. Yes. Yeah,
also for interviews, or if I have to host something that I'm stressed, I always do the breathing exercise.
Okay, this is going to be a draw. It's going to be a draw.
There we go. The draw. In the match against Anastasia and Leitao, and the second game started in the 5+1 segment, and we might have Grunwald or King's Indian. I love King's Indian. Bishop G5.
All right. Bishop G5, very interesting setup.
This is
White wants
against
to play
D5,
E3,
right?
Bishop E2. Yeah, D5. Actually, one of the games recently I saw, which really impressed me, I mean, since I was playing this Halloween Abanta Blitz, which was eventually won by Dubov. Dubov played one of the final matches. Was it? I think one of the final matches against Alexander Bortnik, exactly the same system. I was really impressed by the understanding of how Daniil played out this position. And apparently this is a very poisonous system if you know how to properly play it out. White plays something like E3, knight E2, bishop E2, and then somehow, uses the space advantage at his favor.
Slowly starting to develop the pieces, and then at some point you just have everything at the right place. Oh, she's going actually
I think it's also a very interesting thing to talk about, because, I mean, normally when the club level player, they see these positions, they're thinking if your pawn stands on E2, you have to play E4, right? You have to push the pawn a couple of squares forward. But no, the pawn on E3 actually doesn't create a target, because black might be thinking about F5, E6, rook E8,
is a serious issue. Myself, I play very often E4, and after E6, the E file is open, and I have serious pressure on E4. So I never thought of playing E3 first, develop the king side, and then to play E4 in that position.
After today, you will know.
Learned. F5 has been played in this position, where the bishop goes on D3 or on E2.
I think it's something like bishop D3, queen C2, A3. Black at some point plays knight A6, try to land the knight on B4. White plays A3 to make sure it doesn't happen. So bishop D3, queen C2. I think F4 makes perfect sense here. I would definitely choose here white. I love this position. Then again, black played F5 at the moment. F4 instantly.
She goes for that right away. And in case of G4, you will always have this kind of breakthrough in the center with E4. When you finalize your development, when you find the safe spot for the king, then you can always push E4 in that position.
Actually, it makes sense now that I look at this. Yeah, this makes sense because white is threatening f takes on G5, queen H5, with all kinds of mate threats there. E5, so Bodnaruk tries to use the fact that the white king is still in the center and open it up. I think en passant, d takes on E6 makes a lot of sense here, securing a potential outpost on D5, but this also opens up the position too much. I'm not sure. So the Vietnamese player does take on E6, maybe queen F3 next, protect the central squares and hit the pawn on B7. Black plays knight C6. I start to like black's position more, to be honest.
Bishop E2 with the idea to play bishop F3, probably to control the long diagonal, and knight somewhere on D5. Queen C2, knight D5. But black is also very active, Arturs. We have to admit this. And she's playing all these moves with the threats. Maybe
absolutely, I love what Bodnaruk is doing here. And the way this game progressed, I think that what she did, this F4 idea was simply too early. There was no need to do this, right? If you go back a couple of moves here, right here, right? I think she has a very good position. Just play something like bishop D3, queen C2, maybe long castle, play F4 later, because this F4 with the king in the center, it felt a bit, too early. And Bodnaruk reacted very nicely, immediately, playing this very strong move E5, knight C6 dynamically, and Now this game is very sharp.
It is very sharp, and this is the game for 3 results. King goes on f2, tries to connect the rooks on the first rank, maybe a3, queen c2, rook to d1 can be the idea, but this is not the game of one player only. Black also has its own ideas in this position. e3, you're pointing this pawn here, maybe queen e7 or
I don't know. I would be thinking about some queen e7, bishop f7. I mean, mortal queen sacrifice on e3, king e3, bishop d4, king f3, g4 mate on the board. Does it make any sense?
You have seen a lot of drama today, right?
I mean,
You are in the mood.
no, I mean,
I love it.
I just
love
feel
it.
like in the spirit of playing of Mikhail Tal, because today is his birthday,
Yes,
right?
yes,
So
yes,
why
yes.
not? Why not try
Why
to
not?
replicate some of his greatness?
True. So I saw actually Arthur's the one of the photos yesterday, which was on internet. There was a map of the world and one person who represents the country. And Michal Tal was the person who was representing your country. And I'm sure you guys are so happy and proud that you own Michal
We are
Tal.
very happy and we are very proud.
Yeah.
Both. Yeah.
All right.
Confirmed.
Let's see. Is Black here preparing d5 at some point?
Yeah, I think this is precisely what she wants to do, or at least take care of the d5 square. Could be both. Knight e7 is a great move, and I think right now Pam is realizing she is in trouble. How to get out of this trouble? Queen b3. What about d5 right here? d5 makes perfect sense. Maybe even something slower as b6 could be the move here, but I think I would just go after the throat of the opponent, play d5 right now, and clarify why they're gonna
I do like this. Oh, d5 actually has been played and open up right away. The center white response with the capture. Maybe just trade everything on d5 and then play in the endgame.
Yeah, but what about the pawn on b2? Because if you trade on d5 3 times, this bishop on g7 eventually opens up, and the pawn on b2 will be very difficult to defend. So that's why I think white here needs to come up with a very precise move, which is not knight x on d5, apparently, at least according to Chess.com engine. What was the missed opportunity here? Oh, is it g4?
Really?
Was there a g4 move here? Really?
That's very difficult to spot because knight is pinned on d5 actually. Yeah. Probably
Wow, this was insane. Intermezzo move. g5 was a possibility here for Bodnaruk. I'm pretty sure she didn't even notice this because bishop takes on d5 was responded instantly. Again, it just proves one thing: there is no such thing as automatic moves.
That's right.
Always want to double check.
And game seems to be very good here. Queen takes d5, rook takes d5, knight c4, and there's b5 move in that position. So we have this on the board, and very likely we're gonna see that, or maybe rook to d1. Oh, that's scary though. Rook d1.
I mean, it
rook
was a
d8.
bit. I don't get this last move that. Oh, sorry. That last move that White played. Queen takes on d5. I thought you had to play rook d1 here. I mean, before the queen trade, right here, rook d1. I thought it was a necessary move. Queen b3, knight b3 hits the pawn on c5 at least. I mean, it's a bad position, but what to do? But right now, I think she just loses the pawn on b2 for nothing. Bishop takes on b2. Maybe she thought the pawn on h6 is under attack. Wait.
Yeah, but there is bishop b2, bishop c3.
Exactly. Precisely.
Oof.
So bishop b2, very easy choice. And after knight c4, White is simply trading both rooks in a potentially... Oh, wait a second. Is it the losing endgame? No, because there's knight d6.
That's very nice move. Maybe bishop g7 here right away to keep the rooks on d file.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Black cannot take on d1 twice. I mean, Bodnaruk would love to do this, but I think she already sees that White is going to continue with something like knight e6, hitting these pawns.
And she has 1 minute advantage here on the clock. She goes bishop to g7, a4. It's just a move to stop b5 happening. And... well,
I'm quite puzzled, to be honest, to see that the bar says the position is almost close to equal. I would actually say that Black is already close to strategically winning this. Yet somehow the engine keeps finding these resources. King f7, king e6 makes a lot of sense here. Watch out for knight e6, knight c8 hitting these pawns.
maybe that's the chance she's going for that knight to c8 and one of the
But this
pawns
king
will
is marching
fall.
here somewhere. Watch out for this. I mean, king d5, king c4, king b3, c4, c3, c2, bishop b2. This pawn, this c pawn is promoting, and this is precisely what Bodnaruk is doing. Not king e4. I think she's going to play king c4 right
But
here.
Arthur's king c4, king c2, king b4, and knight c8 is out there too.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's not so clear how. And black goes with king to e4 and c4 then.
What? Suddenly white is better just like that?
No way, no way. Knight c8 probably attacking the pawn. Knight d6 is another move.
Wait, you just play knight c8, right? Knight c8, attack the pawn, c3, this pawn is going nowhere. What just happened here? Because Bodnaruk had everything under control in this game. And now suddenly she has the worst position. The king on e4 is a beautiful king, but...
Yeah, that's
not
the
doing
knight.
anything.
That's the knight in the endgame. Knight is very tricky. And it can turn the tables right away. Pawn is hanging. If you push c3, then knight d6, knight f5 is another threat. The pawn on c3 will be stopped by white's king, and seems like white is the one now attacking all the king side.
Bishop f8, she tries to stop knight e6 threat, c3, c2, c1, lure away the king from protected pawn on e3.
Right, c2, king d2 will be played, so bishop b4 to stop.
Oh wait, knight e2 check, king
Okay.
d5, knight b3. This was a missed opportunity for white. Now white once again
King
has a worse position.
c4, knight c1.
Bishop a5, just take the pawn here. You can't take it, knight a5, this pawn promotes. King c4 instead. Okay,
And
now you can take...
takes. I like the king c4 because it stops king d3 happening. Wow, now black is again in a very good situation. I like g4. This complicates the situation on the king side. f5.
Well, no, I think this pawn is going nowhere. I thought she wants to take g5 to double those pawns. I think that despite the fact that the Vietnamese player had sudden unexpected chance to win this game, now she is still going to lose this. So Bodnaruk should be able to win this game in the end. f6, king e4, f7, bishop g7. Yeah, even if the pawn on c2 falls, black enjoys 2 extra pawns at the king side.
That's right. h4, h5, h4, h3 can be played in that position.
Watch out for the fork. Watch out for the fork. g3 instead is played. Make sure that h3, g2, g1 is played, and Bodnaruk wins on time because Pam already had a losing position and she messed up just a second. I'll very quickly check out this position. What was happening here? So this position here. Suddenly white had very good chances. b6, c3, knight c4, bishop b4. Yeah, but I mean a5 is such a tempting move, Katie, right?
What was the move to play king d1 or?
Maybe king d1, king d3, knight e5 check, land the king on c2.
No, that's impossible to say this.
It's a very difficult move to find. All right.
All right, the next game started 3+1 portion, the first game, and we have the same opening here. They still want to try it out, the Karakan pawn structure, and white is still going with the piece attack on the king side. I think white will keep now the bishop on the board. The dark square bishop on c1 targets the pawn on h6, and white needs this bishop here.
Yep. So they're essentially repeating already game one. They already played this once, albeit probably in a slightly different order the moves. At the moment in the match, Bodnaruk leads with 1.5 point versus half a point. This is the start of the 3-minute section, 2 blitz games, and then they're going to play 2 bullet games, 1+1. And in case there will be a tie, 3 points each, we might be for a treat, yet another Armageddon game.
I would love to see that actually happening, another Armageddon game. Now white is pushing the pawn all the way to h5 to trade the light square bishops. Knight h2, knight g4. I like this idea to bring more pieces on the king side and try for some kind of sacrifices on h6.
Is it again going to be c6 on d4, knight x on d4? This is essentially which already happened in the first game.
Arthur's white b3. In all the games, Bodnaruk plays b3 in that position and changes the pawn structure. That's very interesting, right?
But you know what I
And king
love
h8
actually
again.
more, Katy? You know what I love more? And again she plays queen g4. What is this? So she really likes this position. But what I
93.
wanted to say, what makes it really exciting that both of these players they like this position.
Yeah.
And they're like saying, "Listen, I don't mind to repeat this." And the opponent says, "Fine, I also don't mind my position." Like so, it's a very interesting.
I asked my coach actually
Struggle.
when I had the online match, what should I do when I play a opening which ended in a draw? Should I change it or should I keep trying? And my coach told me keep trying, try to improve it at some point. So maybe that's also their strategy here to play what they're prepared for and to give some of the improvements in some of the positions.
I don't really think that Queen G4 Kitty is a necessary move. I mean, if you go back here once again, it's a bit strange. So why not play something like Bishop D2 first, right?
Rook
Bishop
D1
D2 secure the bishop, or Rook. No, Rook D1 you go away from the pawn on E5. I was thinking something like Bishop D2, protect the pawn on C3, keep the bishop on H6, so that then you can continue with your ideas of Queen G4, F4, etc. But okay, whatever. So Bodnaruk is happy with this, and that's all that matters.
Oh, G6? Oh, we can the king side here for black. What is her idea? Takes the pawn, and seems to me that there should be something like knight d2, rook to h3.
I think that she didn't really like White's prospects of pushing f4, f5. I like the move knight f1, although the engine marks it as a missed opportunity because it opens up the h3 square for the white rook. Rook h3, h takes on g6. All of this makes perfect sense.
Right, rook to h3, preparing h takes g6 next move, and the pawn on h6 is hanging. Oh, hold on. If I take now pawn g6, rook g2 is the move, or? No.
You know, Kenny, I think what happened here is that during the first game of this mini-match, Pam had this idea. She wanted to play this. But for some reason, she never played this g6. Remember? We were discussing this move g6 at some point. And she didn't play this. And I think this thought remained in her head. And now that the third game of the match suddenly repeated exactly the same line, she thought, why not try it right now? Because I already thought about it during the first game. Although the engine marks it as an actual mistake, maybe the timing could have been better. But the idea is quite understandable to open up the G file and organize this counterplay.
Yeah, actually. And in fact, if white would take on g6, rook g6 was very strong attack on g2 square. And now black managed to get a2 pawn. And
I mean, I just love this, Kitty. I just love this move. Knight e3, no seconds spent for rook takes on a2. It's like, I'm not afraid of you. You have nothing there. Just do your worst.
Right, queen steps back now from the g file, and Arthur's very often in this position. Black is surviving, and there is no checkmate, and black has extra pawn on the queen side. So we might see somewhere b5, a5, a4, creating the passed pawn on the queen side and get all the attention of whites on the other side of the board. So that's why it gives a slight advantage here to black.
Yeah, but what about this knight g4 threat, Kitty? This looks quite unpleasant, and the queen of fate marks a mistake. Clearly, black wants to play queen g7, but what about knight g4? How do you stop this h takes on g6?
Maybe g5?
Or even worse, knight takes on h6 and then h takes on g6.
Ooh, that's very strong,
this is
actually.
even better.
And f5 now?
Not super obvious to me, by the way. Because after e takes on f5, you cannot take with the knight.
Queen
You would have
d5
to
makes
take
a
with
lot
the
of
queen.
sense after e takes f5 to go after d7 knight.
Still not super obvious, and also it's not very obvious for Bodnaruk because she's down on 20 seconds on the clock. She has to make a decision very quickly. What about something like rook f1? Maybe king h1 just to be safe. F takes on e6 is a mistake. She wants to win the pawn on h6. But is it any good? I don't like this. Trading away initiative just like that.
Yeah. Rook f6 right now. Rook f1 would come to.
Right. So white is thinking about something like rook f1, hit the knight on f8, threaten with rook f7, check. King is safe. Now Cam has a little time to figure out the details. What to do. What to do, actually. I'm not even sure what to do here for black, and that's precisely the reason why the Vietnamese player is spending time here trying to figure out. The details, knight h7, knight h7 is on the board, knight g5. I love this move. The knight is getting for e4 square. Watch out for forks on h3.
Yeah, rook
Easy to miss.
f2, rook f4 would be blunder.
Now Pam is looking really good here, and also for a chance to level the score, because at the moment their viewers, it is Anastasia who is leading the match.
Knight g4, rook. Oh no, I thought it was a checkmate.
Oh, it almost feels like a checkmate here. Knight e4, somebody's about to get checkmated. Or maybe it's just going to be a draw. Is it going to be a draw? Rook e7, king g8? I think it's going to be a draw.
That is draw second game in the blitz portion between these two players, and this is currently the result. Bodnaruk is leading, and here we have another game, second game of 3+1. Very soon we will go to the bullet portion of the game, and that where some crazy things are happening.
Indeed. So at the moment, the match is very tense, and two drawish games just prove it. It's not really boring at the moment. You can definitely sense the desire of both players to win it, but I think they made the right choice at the end, because having 5 seconds on the clock and continuing this crazy position was really risky for both players. Now, what do we have here? Some sort of a King's Indian defense position. This is quite a known theory. White normally wants to play something like rook b1, a3, b4, a4. Okay, this is something else.
Stop in b5 happening, but it weakens some of the squares on the queen side. And there is also a possibility to play bishop d7 and b5 anyway.
I mean, isn't it amazing, Katie, how the understanding of chess has evolved? Because if you would show this to somebody, one of the old masters, like, let's say in the 60s or 70s, it will just get a very, bad reviews. Like, what is this? How do you play this?
Verdict in the end, like, no, it's a loss.
It creates a lot of
Yes.
creates a lot of weaknesses. This is just ugly. It's terrible. But then again, there's the other side of the coin, and that is the space advantage. And White has it. And A4, it's a brilliant modern concept. You stop B5 from happening, and then you want to squeeze the life of Black with something like F4. I'm sorry, E4, H3, F4, E5, etc.
All right, b5 on the board. Black has achieved a lot on the queen side, in fact, and White has not even started to play on the king side or in the center. I like here Black's chances, actually. Although White is still standing strong. Yeah, e6.
I think somewhere e6, you have to play this. E6, try to bring the knight in the game. The knight on a5 is really stranded, not doing much. You need to watch out for something like bishop b2, rook a1, so that it's not causing any trouble. Bishop a3, that is so wrong. I don't like it for so many reasons. Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's actually sapping queen b4. Probably rook b1 is the move that that White wants to play next. Move knight g4, hitting to e5 square for the knight. c4 pawn is indeed a weakness here in this position. How about rook b1, rook b2 here to control b file?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, interesting that the pawn on c4 will be a target of the knights. Queen c7 now, it's a possibility, and after rook b2, actually knight e5 makes a lot of sense to me.
And I guess this is also precisely the reason why the engine evaluates this position in favor for White, is this knight on a5, which is not doing anything. Because if you would remove this knight on a5, let's say traded for the knight on d2, I think Black would almost have the better position because of this potential weakness on c4. But the knight on a5 is on the board, and that's precisely the reason why White's position is slightly better. Knight b5, very responsible decision there by the Vietnamese player.
That is true. Is there somewhere bishop to d4 to hit the pawn on the f2 and to look for some sort of weaknesses in the position?
Maybe.
C4 has been
C4
played.
makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you want to bring the knight in the game somehow with knight b3, but
There's
what
queen
about bishop
b6
b4?
move as well to give this queen on this diagonal.
Or maybe even bishop d4, bishop c5 ideas. I like this move.
Yeah, and
This
there's
is a
also
great
c3
move.
move there to kick this knight and get more space advantage. Knight c4 later on to attack the bishop.
Maybe white already needs to play something like h3. You know, push away this knight, secure a potential luft for the king, and then figure out the details later. But wait, after h3, can I play a legendary game here? Knight f2, king f2, bishop d4, check e3, bishop e3, etc. Okay.
Yeah, I like that idea. Knight f5, e4 has been played to guard f2 pawn and to blockade knight c3. Arthur c3 looks here very logical move to me. c3 and f5 sort of ideas.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, knight b3 would be... Oh wait, it's actually a lucky blunder. Knight b3, rook b3, take it, queen c7, b takes on a2.
Nice. Bishop to h3.
This is a very nice move, creating a deadly pin here, but unfortunately for white, I don't think she can capitalize on it because f3 creates too many weaknesses in white's position, most notably the e3 square. Probably not going to happen. How do you play out this position? I think I would start with improving the pieces that I don't know if they stand well, and precisely bishop c1. I was looking at something like bishop b4. Makes perfect sense to me. The engine, as usual, says you know nothing about chess. Fine.
Fine. f3
oh, wait, this is so wrong.
Seems to be not the greatest move.
This is asking for trouble. What about queen b6 check here? Even something like f5, very dangerous choice. White's army is disorganized. Something's bound to happen here. The only question here, Katie, is if Bodnaruk is going to find it with only half a minute on the clock.
She has to play a move. Queen b6 is such an automatic move, but instead of that, she goes knight to d4, attacking the queen on c2, and this queen is quite limited. You can go queen c3 or queen b2. Queen d3 is also impossible. It goes queen to a4, and that's too far from king's side.
Now, where's the killing blow? Where's the killing blow? Obviously, the knight is not going to away from the g4 square because bishop hits on c8. But where is it? f5, apparently Bodnaruk had something better, but f5 I think it's still a good move. And now the game just like that suddenly heats up. Rook f8, Bodnaruk goes all in for a potential kingside attack. But where is it? Where's this big attack?
Queen is getting on this diagonal. Bishop e3 to stop checks. Oh wait, knight somewhere.
Knight to double check here.
Oh, that was not the best
Maybe knight
move.
c3. Knight c3 just win the exchange. Is this enough? No, knight x on c1 instead is played. Why? Knight x on c1, that made no sense at all. c3, okay, now these are nerves. I think these are only nerves. I can't explain it any other way.
And the second's on the clock, so you just make the move. You don't have time to calculate anything. Bishop d4, look at this beautiful bishop.
Yeah, it's a beautiful bishop indeed. On d4. Black collects a pawn on g6. I think Bodnaruk has managed to recover from the slight shock and now she's in charge. Okay, 8. What about a b pawn? You can't leave it alone. What about b6, b7? And this is precisely what the Vietnamese player is doing. She's pushing for the pawn. What about the pawn on e3?
She's missing that one, and c2 is just a queen.
I just love it, Katie. The bars up and down all the time. You can't even follow.
c2, and you cannot really stop this pawn. And there will be several checks indeed on the board. Rook e6, bishop e8, and king f8.
And somehow black managed to wind up with an extra queen.
Wow. That is impressive play actually here.
But it's still not over because black is down on basically playing on the last seconds. Queen h7, mate in 1. That was mate in 1, by the way.
Oh wow, it was an amazing one. But black hasn't spotted in 1 second on the clock, and she has another pawn and she's pushing that one. c2.
Now black is going to put another queen on the board.
25.
Wait, still not over. Bishop takes on c2, mate in 1.
Whoa, that was unexpected. That was an unexpected mate. Bodnaruk leading the match 3-1. We're gonna have now the bullet portion. She needs to win just one game, or even draw is enough
by
for
far.
her.
This was getting by far the craziest game of this match so far. Maybe even of today.
Maybe not today. But Arthur, this is actually amazing to see all these games and how the things are changing, and they still have chances. All of these players. Bodnaruk here wins to make a draw, but this will not be the end actually for her. She has to play another match against Priyanka.
Yeah, assuming she wins this match, of course, because now they have already started the bullet portion. It's going to be 2 bullet games. So here the Vietnamese player has to win both games at all costs. It's going to be difficult because I'm pretty sure that Bodnaruk now is feeling more confident. I mean, who wouldn't, having a 2-point lead in the match? Queen b3, nice, solid move, making sure that black is not having any active ideas, I guess.
Yeah, forcing
Queen
bishop
d7
to betray
maybe.
it. Queen d7, maybe knight a4, knight b6 ideas. Oh, pawn.
Yeah, now the Vietnamese player spent a lot of time, try to figure out where exactly is my counterplay, what I'm supposed to do here. I mean, sometimes you need to stop, to figure out which is going to be the direction you're going to take your game. There you go, knight e7. I think she finally figured it out. She wants to play f5, f4, g5, g4, and do something there at the king side, assuming white allows this.
But
Rook c8, queen c8, by the way.
To allow this knight to jump on, to control everything from d5 square, and that is not so good plan here. Queen c7, attacking knight and the pawn on b7. And the pawn on d6 also just hangs.
Knight e3 is knight e7 check, which would be maybe still all right for black, but black has to win this at all costs. That's why she tries to play knight b3. I think she wants to play something like knight e2, knight f3, queen h5, try to get to the mate. Or maybe knight e4.
Knight e4 also does the same work. f5 now. Black is trying so desperately here, all the moves to create any weakness on the king side, but white has enough pieces and quite strong pawn structure.
Why trade queens? Okay, that is really strange.
30
I would
seconds
never
on the
trade
clock.
queens.
She's just, I think, making the moves, what she sees with black. So that also makes a lot of sense. Rook to c1, attacking on c5. Rook to b5.
Yeah, there was a fork on b6. Both players walked right past it. Knight e5, rook c3. Now I think white wants to play something like h3, king f2, king e3 to solidify the position.
Yep. And white has very strong center somewhere. Knight b6, rook to c8, perhaps to trade the rooks is possible. Knight d5, a stronger move.
Still not over here. I think if I was white, I would try to trade the rooks. Rook c8, simplify the position. There you go. Rook c8 is on the board. Make sure you're not blundering anything. F4 check, king f2.
Rook c1, rook g1 makes a lot of sense here for me, but we have this rook on the, both rooks on the 8th rank.
Can you explain me how this game managed to heat up just like that? How do they make it work? I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah,
What's the recipe?
Black tried everything here in this position. Knight f4 would win another pawn on h5, but white goes for h4 and king f3, perhaps. Yeah.
Okay, now it's much
Chances are
more,
very slim here for black to
very
survive.
slim indeed. So Bodnaruk is on the verge to win the semi-final match of the losers bracket, and she is very close to qualify for the final match versus Priyanka Nutak, who is waiting for the opponent in the final. But let's just not yet jump the gun because the game is still continuing. Everything can still happen here. It just takes one blunder, and that's it. So let's just continue and see where this is gonna go.
All right, king g6 was there, the move. Very natural move, but anyway, king g5 also will do the job. h5.
And Bodnaruk wins.
Bodnaruk wins, and that was very important win for her as she gets a lot of points, Arthurs, and there is actually no way that Letao Pam can catch up in the last round. So 4-1 is the result, and we'll know who will play in the final in the losers bracket against Priyanka, and this is Anastasia Bodnaruk.
Indeed. Now I'm pretty sure that we are gonna get a break. I think that definitely Bodnaruk deserves this because she just had a very thrilling match against Letao Nguyen, who we have to congratulate for the very fighting spirit. I think that she was slightly unlucky in the end. She definitely could have turned the tables. at a critical phase, but still beautiful game. So do we make? Yeah, I guess we make.
We make the break, and maybe we can ask the question to our chat. The first question today: who do you guys think is in a good situation now? Anastasia Bodnaruk, who won the match, she's in very high spirits, or Priyanka, who had time to relax a little bit and perhaps even prepare against Bodnaruk. So let us know who is your favorite in the upcoming match. And you guys, we're going to take a very short break. We'll be back soon, and we're gonna see another qualifier of the Speed Chess Championship 2022. Guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. This is Women's Speed Chess Championship 2023 qualifier, and we are having the last portion of today's knockout system. Here we are, Katy and Arturs in the studio, and Arturs, we're gonna see the final match between Bodnaruk and Priyanka. So far, we have seen these two players. Who do you think is the favorite in this match?
Yeah, I mean, I guess on paper, Bodnaruk is a slight favorite, but she had to play an extra match. And maybe the factor of tiredness could play a role. We are never going to know, right? Because if we count together how many games have the players already played today, it's already more than 10, right? And with more games you play, now the question is, do you get more in the rhythm, or do you lose the energy?
Yeah, you're just burning your energy. I see a lot of people in the chat. I think that Bodnaruk is a slight favorite in the match, but maybe the break and the breathing exercises would help some of the players to relax and get ready for the next match. Arturs, we're starting the next game, the first game of the match already now. So here we have Priyanka with white pieces in the first game.
All right. The King's Indian defense. This is what Bodnaruk already had played in the previous match against Pam. Now it's Priyanka's turn. Priyanka plays something very solid. Black usually plays rook b8. The idea is to play b5 as quickly as possible. Knight a5. What's the theory here? Bishop g5. Okay.
Never like when I open my diagonal with b3 because I always falling for some traps here in this position. But seems like white is still stands strong. Pawn takes the pawn. Knight gets back on c6. This is a very good a change for black. Actually, it's very good pawn structure for
Wait a second, but I don't understand. Why did Bodnaruk instantly respond with knight x on c6? Because as far as I know, usually when black plays c5, you have to respond here with bx on c6. No? Bx on c6, you want to play c5, they play knight c6, yeah. So knight x on c6, this is a slight surprise to me. Maybe the hand made a move faster before the brain could register.
Yeah, but it's also very interesting. At some point, she will push b5, and she will have this solid position, dragon position. So maybe it's not so bad. e5 is on the board. Maybe knight to d7 or knight to h7, preparing f5 and kingside attack. Also, possibility to take d5, pawn takes d5, and knight d7 then.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit surprised about knight e5. I was thinking something like knight e1, knight c2, knight e3, try to secure this d5 square. But then again, maybe white is not in time because black would very quickly play bishop e6 and d5. Anyway, knight e5 was played by Priyanka, and bishop e6 quickly responded by Bodnaruk, fighting for the d5 square. Now the question is what the Indian player is going to do. Is she going to take on f6? I think it makes sense because knight f6 you can't take with the bishop. The pawn on h6 is hanging, and queen takes on f6. Then white could continue something like, I don't know, bishop e3, bishop c3.
Yeah.
But the big question is, can white stop this d5 from happening or not?
That's indeed a very good question. But you earlier suggested knight e1 idea, right? So maybe it's good time now to keep this now away, and she just plays this, Priyanka. And you cannot take on d5 anymore with the knight because pawn takes d5 is a fork. So if you want to take on d5, you have to give up your light square bishop. And as I know, that's not so good idea because then later on, if you plan to attack on the king side, you need this light square bishop.
Yeah, I love this move knight e1, and maybe to explain it to dear viewers, how come that position the knight on e1 is a great move? It's all about thinking further, right? The bishop on g1 now is opened up, and the knight on e1 is going to jump to a better square. Is it going to be d3 or c2? So that's why knight e1 is a move that you have to consider.
Knight to knight e3 to support the knight on d5. But Arthur's black has very clear plan. f5, e4 or f4, g5, and so on and so on. What is white's plan here? I don't really see that. No, she's answering the question before an attack on the queen side.
It's a bit strange. It's quite difficult to guess the moves here so far in this game. I guess Priyanka wants to play b5. Not sure why, really. I think that here Bodnaruk is going to respond with f5.
f5 seems to be the move. And
f5's on the board.
On the board. After b5, pawn takes b5, pawn takes b5, knight d4 will attack the pawn on b5. Maybe that's what black is going to play. She's still taking time. Knight e7, just challenging the knight on d5.
Bishop b4 looks really nice, opening up this diagonal, hitting the pawn on b6. Maybe this was Priyanka's idea all along. I think we might see it. Now the question is, what's going to be the order of the moves? Do you take on e7, play bishop b4, or you play bishop b4 immediately? I think, of course, you play bishop b4 immediately.
What about knight
and
c5?
Knight c5. Yeah, knight c5 I think is about to follow. Knight c5, knight e3. White is calling the shots here. That's how it feels.
That's true. So the pawn on d5 is hanging. There's not much of the options here for black. Knight c5 has been played in this position. Knight e3 is a move. If you give up the dark square bishop for the knight, then black is not having too much of worries in this position, actually. So, white needs something else. Knight to d3 is on the board.
All right. Knight a3 is on the board. I don't think that black is going to take on d3. Maybe here Bodnaruk is thinking about closing the d file, something like knight x on d5. Knight d4.
This is not very much liked move by the engine for whatever reason. Is there something like takes on e7 and c5, Arthurs?
There might be some tactical problems. Indeed, knight e7 and something about a weakness on d6. The question is how? f3? Apparently, no, there was something better. I think now black can go back to c5 and this bishop on g2 isn't present. Can I go back here for a moment? What was the better move here?
I would think to play c5 here to open up a little bit the position.
c5, knight x and c5.
Yeah.
Try to open up this, but I won't really want to get this weakness on d6 go away so easily for free.
Clean and not with any difficulty.
Okay, fine. The moment is gone. a knight c5 is played, but yeah, maybe you're right, Kitty. Maybe the c5 was indeed.
Besides the position that it's a bit odd here for white, the time issue is also out there. 1 minute extra for Bodnaruk here in this position. It's very comfortable. Indeed, f4 is on the board.
Yeah, I just love this. I mark f4 as a very human move to imprison the bishop on g2. A Bodnaruk plays f4, and she also understands that it's a good move. And they just says it's a bad move. I think there's no hope for us humans.
No, it's not a bad move. I don't believe it's a bad move. If you make like a few more moves, maybe the engine will change the opinion later on. So I don't take it very... This double question mark can be something, but this question mark one, it's okay. We can handle it.
Thank you for raising my confidence. All right. Knight f2 makes sense. White is thinking about bishop h3. The bishop on g2 is pretty bad bishop, so that's why you want to give it new life. And I think that Bodnaruk here is going to try to stop it. No, she's not going to try to stop it. She plays rook d8. What?
g4. I don't like this move, g4. It just stops the kingside position. The bishop. Is this the bishop
that
the Danny bishop?
Priyanka doesn't love this bishop on g2 for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. I think something like bishop h3 again made sense to trade the bishop, then play g4. Okay, fine, but g4 with the bishop on g2. What did Danny say there again?
Let's just call it Danny's bishop. No, let's not repeat it.
Danny's bishop, yes. Yeah. It's a Danny's bishop on g2.
Bishop. What I know, when there's a bad piece on one side, then you can turn the play on the other side. So I would here think of rook c8, rook d8, and to hit the pawn on c4 because the g2 bishop is too far from all the actions. Queen c2, hitting the pawn.
I think also
on
the engine marks h5 carry as a mistake because black should not be opening up this bishop on g2, and I already would be definitely choosing something like g takes, king h1, rook g1, and now the bishop on h3 is gonna jump to life somehow. Queen c2, here Priyanka hits the pawn on g6. The question is how to defend it. Bishop f7 makes a lot of sense because it also dodges this potential trade on h3.
I like that. The thing is, Arthur, that here black was the one who was attacking on the king side with h5, f5, f4, and somehow this h5 is a natural move that you think you are still in attack. And you just don't need that moves anymore. Rook d4 now, just cementing this rook on d4. Looks very nice.
That is indeed a beautiful move. I was actually thinking about something like e4, opening up the docks for bishop on g7, which also is not really looking great.
Bishop d4, queen h4 could be there, the moves. Yeah, I agree with that.
Well, it's definitely worse here. And I don't think that Priyanka wants to take on d4 because then Bodnaruk would take with the e-pawn, increase the power of the bishop on g7, also opening up the e-file. And no, she does take on d4 anyway. Not out of good life.
Queen e4 offering the queen trade, hoping that there is some daylight for the g2 bishop. Maybe queen takes e4, pawn takes a4, and something like knight d3 at some point.
Yeah, I'm already sensing how this game is going to continue. Probably this bishop on g2 in something like 5 moves will turn out to be a genius bishop. Watch me. I mean, there was such a bad bishop something like couple of months ago. Now after bishop h3, now this bishop is going to be a monster.
That's right. And there's still this idea of king h1, rook g1 on the board. Queen d6 is not the greatest.
What about the pawn on b7? There was a pawn under attack. I think this is once again tiredness. The players are already missing things. They're not seeing everything. Queen d3, the pawn on b7 was still there under attack, creating a very strong pass pawn here. Queen b1.
Giving up b2 pawn?
Yeah, you can take on e2, push d3, etc. Why they're not taking the pawn on d3? Who knows? Bishop d3.
Bishop d3. You can always try to... a5 is a good move. Can you imagine a5 is a good move?
I mean, yeah.
Rook e2, bishop e2, queen e2 makes a lot of sense to me in that position to sacrifice an exchange for one pawn, and f2 knight and f3 pawn is also hanging. What do you think, Arthur?
I think white normally has the better chances here because she has now positioned every single piece she has here at a king side. Oh, queen g2, is this a blunder? Queen f6, what happens now? Knight e4, knight g5? I think white already has a killing attack here. Knight g5, bishop g8, now the question is where the killing blow? Bishop g8, where's the winning blow? Knight h3, that's not the winning blow.
Oh. What is that?
I have no idea.
Queen f2, queen
f2,
h4.
queen h4. This is great. Rook g5 also looking really good.
Rook g5, I like that move. She saws.
Don't say they're going to repeat the position. Wow.
Oh, okay. Okay, 11 seconds. 11 seconds here. Rook g5 was such a natural move to attack the pawn on h5, and queen h4 is coming next move.
I think here she missed rook g5. This was looking really good. Rook g5 hit the pawn on h5. I would definitely continue here no matter what.
Bishop
and after bishop f7, can I play queen h4? Queen h4, bishop h6, and rook h5. There's definitely a lot of life in this position.
G8
no matter.
Rook g8 is winning on spot the queen.
What?
Rook g8.
Oh, I'm so bad. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I killed the wives. I'm sorry. Okay, the next game has started, and this is the second game, right? Of 5+1
Indeed.
segment.
So I definitely can sense the tiredness in the players. So it feels a bit random when it comes to playing the final minute, but still, I think the player who will want it the most is going to take it down.
Yeah.
Who is it going to be? We still do not know.
Yeah, you need this, extra power of some energy that is in your body still to use. But I can imagine how tired, for instance, Anastasia is at this point to play all these tense games. And in the end, if you lose, you just don't get too much. You don't get the qualification. They all get the prizes, but it's a bigger thing now on the plate.
All right, so Priyanka here spends like 1 minute to play knight x on d7. All right, a very interesting choice. I was thinking that she's choosing between bishop f4, maybe knight takes on c6. Knight e7 is something else. I guess she wants to get to the weakness on e6. That's why she made this rather original decision.
b3 to... I guess to play bishop a3 next move. No, bishop b2 to double guard the pawn on d4.
Okay, now it's protected. All right, but the question is, how is black continuing? I don't think that you want to play e5 because this would open up the bishops on e2 and b2.
How about queen e7, queen h4? First to look for some sort of weaknesses on the king side. Rook f6,
makes
rook
perfect
h6.
sense. Also, queen e7 stops any bishop a3 business, just in case white in some lines is thinking about trading the bishop. f4.
All right, that weakens the square on e4 for the future, but I have a feeling that maybe somewhere g5 can also work fine in this position.
f4 itself is not a bad move. I think it's the timing. So there was no need to do this. She could have played something like queen d2, queen d2, g3, rook e1, eventually play f4. So I think what here Bodnaruk did, she recognized the idea, but the execution was slightly off. And now Priyanka senses that she can exploit this weakness on e3. That's why she jumps knight b4. Apparently knight b4 was a missed opportunity. And I think, Katy, you're right. It was g5. I mean, g5 was really, really tempting. g5, queen g5, opening up the bishop on d6. And there's so many dark sword weaknesses for white at a king side to cover.
Yeah, these moves are very intuitive. And when you see you have to go rather... right away, otherwise you will see a lot of goes. But knight b4 is also a very nice idea. For instance, knight c2, knight e3 now as a threat, and white spend a lot of time. Look at the time difference: 4 minutes for Bodnaruk, about 2 and 50 seconds for Priyanka. I
know precisely what happened here, Katy, because I could even sense what Priyanka was thinking. She's thinking, knight e3, queen d3, knight f1, knight c3, whatever. Just take on b4, right? Because you don't want to calculate this in a blitz game. 5+1, you don't want to spend like 2 minutes on this choice, and then you play bishop takes on b4 anyway. I've been in that situation too many times. Just play bishop takes on b4, and don't you think about this knight e3 at all.
Yeah, in the blitz game, the most important is not to blunder anything, just to make a normal moves, not the bad moves that can also work in many cases. Bishop a3, looking for the bishop trade, that will weaken the pawn on d4. I like this move, actually.
That's a good move.
Engine knows nothing about chess.
No, you know nothing of chess, dear Engine. So, I mean, it does make sense because this pawn on d4 now is a weakness. Although this bishop on b2 is a bad bishop, it does serve quite an important function. That is to control the d4 square. Very human play. Apparently, there's something wrong with it. Not sure what. Queen d2 makes sense.
Maybe takes and bishop g4 sort of ideas there. Takes first and bishop g.
You're right. You're right. And just like that, white is almost better.
But Arthur's here, I can play queen b4, and if you take the pawn on f5, I'll take the pawn on d4 with a check, and I'll have some time to regroup my pieces.
There's even queen b2, more aggressive, or even g6. Better. There's so many moves.
G6
and I think right now Priyanka realized she has an extra minute, so why not invest it in such a critical position? I would probably play g6. Not sure. g6 feels quite natural.
I'm also thinking maybe rook to c1 is another move that black can consider here to play to simplify.
If she wants a draw.
If she wants
I think if she wants a draw. Yeah, then she can play rook c1. The question is she ambitious player?
All the young players are ambitious. All the young players. All of us have been very ambitious years ago.
Maybe she's just gone for a cup of coffee or something, because again, it takes like 1 minute. No, queen b2. She hits the pawn on d4.
Yeah, queen d4 now is a threat. So to me, bishop f5 looks pretty much the automatic move here.
Right, because nothing else looks even remotely as equal. Maybe after bishop takes on f5, e takes on f5, not queen f5, but something else. But what? Like bishop f5, e takes on f5, and rook e1. Actually, this also makes a lot of sense. Activating the rook. I'm thinking about queen takes on f5 later. Bishop f5 is on the board.
Maybe that's White's choice here. But Arthur's this rook c1 is always on the board. That eliminates the rooks off the board. Queen d4 check. And now the rook on c8 is hanging. Can go on f8, can go on d8 also.
I probably would play rook e8 just to protect the e6 square.
Makes also a lot of sense. And in this position, black has the passed pawn on d-file, so it's not so bad actually for black.
I guess it's about balanced. So white needs to make a window for the king. Black is going to do the same. Now again, Priyanka is choosing.
Yeah.
The chat, what do you think? What do you think? Who is taking the upper hand in this match? I mean, for me, at the moment, it feels quite level. It feels very nervous match, definitely. Yeah, and the players are not taking unnecessary risks.
Yeah, and also the time situation right now, it's not seconds, so they will not make any blunders. 1 minute is a good time here to think all these moves and strategies.
Yeah, and just to remind you, this is the final match of the losers bracket, and at the stakes here is the participation in the main event of the Women's Speeches Championship. The 6 players have been invited to the main event. The 7th player was determined earlier today. It is Polina Shuvalova, who won the winners bracket, and now it's up for this match to determine the final player in the main event of the Women's Speeches Championship. Just to remind you, the players who are playing in the main event, Kateryna Lagno, the winner of the previous year's edition, Ho Yifan, the 4 times world champion, the winner of 2021 edition, Alexandra Kosteniuk, 2021 World Cup winner, also known as the Chess Queen, Valentina Gunina, the well-known speed chess expert, also Harika Dronavali, one of the leading Indian players, and also the young sensation from India who just recently won the FIDE Women Grand Swiss, Vaishali.
That's right. And Arthurs, we have asked our chat earlier the question, who will win this match? And it seems like the majority of our chat thinks with 43% that Anastasia Bodnaruk is the favorite, and 33% thinks that Priyanka will win this match, and 23% thinks that it's going to be draw, which means that we're going to see third Armageddon in that case today. In the qualifiers, I would join this 23% people to see another Armageddon.
This game very responsibly is getting to a draw. That's what it feels like. Rook d4, king e6, rook e4, king f6. I would not be surprised unless Priyanka gets ambitious, because now she has extra half a minute on the clock. Also, no risk to lose. She has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn on the queen side. Maybe this is the chance for the Indian player.
This is the chance because Bodnaruk dropped the time on 20 seconds. And we know that this majority pawn structure on the other side of the board is stronger, way stronger than on the side where the kings are located. So a5, a4 would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, but king f4, I would activate the rook probably, but okay, it doesn't really change anything. a4, b takes, b takes. I'm still saying it's going to be a draw. Although, wait a second, Katie, if white positions the rook behind his pawn and he's quite aggressive at a king side, maybe it's actually white who is getting ambitious here. But probably still a draw.
You started so nicely. Rook to e5, check. And rook b4 here actually makes a lot of sense to chase the white's king and to give some checks. Rook b3 is another check. And there we go, another
rook b4. Don't go king h5. Don't go king h5. There's going to be g6 mate. Another attempt, king h5, attempt number 2. No, it's not going to happen, of course.
How about h5
b4.
here?
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
It's a draw.
All right. This is the second draw in this match. And now we have 1-1. And next game is about to start. Arthurs, this is quite even because both players are quite tired and we can see that they are not risking that much and they are not also blundering that much.
So who is going to blink first? I think that's the big question because somebody needs to do it.
Yeah.
So now what do we have here? Some offbeat continuation against Bodnaruk's favorite King's Indian defense. Still switching to d4. I think black normally plays here e5. e5, d takes to d5, and something like knight e7. Or maybe even c5. Actually, c5 also makes sense. d takes on c5, knight e4. No, c6. Bodnaruk thinks differently.
Yeah, she's always liking to go for this kind of setups here. Knight e7, queen c7, maybe e5 later on. If white goes c4, you can always push b5. This is a bit slow start of a day. I also kind of believe now that we might see another Armageddon in this match.
Yeah, maybe. But I think it's important to note that the 3-minute portion games have started. Now we are going to get 3 minute plus 1 second 2 games. And after that, I think no matter what, at least we are getting one bullet game, 1+1. And then indeed, if the result will be tied after 6 games, 3 each, then indeed we might be getting an Armageddon, but still everything can happen here.
All right, c5 has been played here, and we have some of the traits of the pawns in the center. e4 attacking the knight, getting this advantage in the center, but Arthur's, the pawn on d4 is just pinned.
It is pinned. So I assume that here Priyanka wanted to play something like queen e2. Now she realized that there's knight c2 fork. That's why knight c4 is played, enabling the threat of d takes on c5, and now the bishop on b2 is protected by the knight. So far, it does make sense. But the question, what happens after b5?
Knight e3, I suppose. That's actually, we're going to see it very soon, the answer to that move.
All right.
But not too many options for this knight. Knight e2 is not an option. Knight a5 is not an option. You don't want to play knight a3 in the edge of the board.
There's also something like knight e5. Not really sure. Knight e3 does make a lot of sense, but knight e3, white once again creates the spin. So that's why Priyanka is not going to make knight e3 move lightly. Knight e3 she does play in the end. I guess she always can play e5, close the bishop.
The pawn on e4
What about
is
now?
hanging right now.
Yeah, what about now? E5. I think it makes perfect sense. E5, c takes on d4, and play something like, I don't know, bishop takes on d4, then threaten with d6, knight g5 ideas. No, a3 instead is her choice.
Yeah, I like this move to kick the knight back, and the pawn on e4 is no longer hanging. Maybe queen to d2 to support the bishop. Rook goes on b1 to support the bishop, and perhaps threatening d5 next move. Very interesting position here.
I have a feeling that black has to hit the pawn on d4, otherwise white already is trying to play d5. Something like c takes knight e4, maybe knight d to e5 next. And I think the first move is happening. The next move, I'm not entirely sure. How necessary is it? Knight e4 and then play knight e5. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, threaten with knight f3 check. And the bishop on d4 would be gone. I think here Bodnaruk is in perfect control.
Yeah, that's a very nice idea here. With knight on e5. You can also play queen d6, rook to d8 to keep the pieces on the board and the tension on the board.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think right now white needs to figure out what to do with this knight f3 check. Priyanka thinks it's the move bishop c5. What about knight d3? Ah, wait, knight d3. Bishop e7, queen e7, queen d3. Wait a second, there's queen takes on a3. Queen b5, bishop a6. Okay. Do you want to calculate this in the blitz game? Probably not, but knight e3, it makes a lot of sense. That's a beautiful square for the black knight.
And also forcing the actions here, because bishop has no square to go. You cannot guard this bishop, and I think bishop e7 is only move here to play.
And both of the opponents, they're calculating it right now. So it's not only Bodnaruk, also Priyanka is calculating this right now. Knight e3 on the board. Now what's going to be the response? Bishop e7, queen a3, queen a3. What's the evaluation of this line? What happens after queen a3, queen b5, bishop a6?
I think white is just losing the exchange in that position. Maybe rook a1 is another way to lose the exchange.
There's no rook a1.
Yeah.
I guess it's just fine. Yeah, it's fine. Very good calculation by both players.
I would like here to play knight d5 with white.
Knight e5 makes sense. I'm also thinking, Katie, about going for the attack. Some sort of knight g4, e5, knight f6 idea. Maybe the same knight e5, e5, knight f6 idea might be a possibility here.
I like that.
Wait, what about the pawn on b5? It's still under attack, no?
Pawn, queen takes b5 and bishop takes on e4. That's perhaps the idea of here, Bodnaruk's.
There's all kind of intermezzo moves to calculate. Okay, knight e5 is played by Priyanka.
Yeah.
Bodnaruk is in slight time trouble. 25 seconds. Queen d6 drops the pawn on b5.
But you have to stop this pawn. If you allow me to be this pawn on the 7th rank, that is very strong pawn. Very close to be promoted. Queen d6 seems here the legit move.
Queen d6, yeah, so here Bodnaruk decides to sacrifice the pawn on d6 to stop this monster. Queen d3, Priyanka retreats. I would love to see actually queen c6, more aggressive move. Probably here Bodnaruk has good drawing chances.
Yeah.
Still could go either way.
It can be all the draws actually. If this game ends in a draw, we're going to have third draw in the match.
Actually, now it's suddenly easier to play for black. And one thing I think it's very important in these accelerated time control games, it's the easiness to play the positions, right? And now for black, it's easy. You just do nothing. You just stand there and make no progress. Well, white needs to figure out what's going to be her plan because she has the extra pawn. She is the one who's supposed to play for the win. And it always burns time. Bishop f8 or bishop e5. Yeah, both are good moves.
Yeah, black has to stop the pawn on d5. She's not allowed to be pushed forward. Now trading the pawn a5 to b3, and Anastasia says, not yet, on my terms. On my terms, and now I think she has to. No, not yet.
I think she had to take on b3, rook b1. Slightly mysterious move. The pawn on d5, by the way, is under attack. Know what I'm missing here? Hey,
nothing.
Hello. The pawn here is under attack. What are you missing there?
Somebody take it.
Okay, it's gonna be a draw.
Yeah, it's a draw. rook f7, bishop c4 was coming now, bishop c4, rook f6, f4.
Bodnaruk down on 3 seconds. She still needs to be very careful. The rook at f6 is very passive. Maybe it's not so trivial a draw after all.
G4.
Why did continue this with no risk? f4, king f3? No. It's
Another draw. Okay. So what we have seen here so far is that we have just equal battle between these two ladies. 3 draws and another blitz game is ahead of us. Very soon we're gonna see also the bullets. So, Arthurs, we have 3 draws, and you still think that we will not have Armageddon today? Another Armageddon?
I'll reserve my opinion after this game.
Okay.
I just want to see how the finish is. Oh, king's in an attack. Look at this kitty. I'm in love. I mean...
You like it with white pieces for sure, because it's like very easy to play here.
I'm one of the greatest experts in this line. So.
Okay, tell us.
I just recently wrote a Chessable course on this. This is brilliant setup from Bodnaruk's perspective. Priyanka already misplayed this. This is not how you're supposed to play it out. White usually enjoys a very good control of all the dark squares. White is dreaming about knight f1, bishop f4, knight e5 idea. Knight e2 now go back. The pawn on d4 is secured. Bishop g5. Why is this necessary to include? I'm not really sure.
It looks pretty.
I think she's slightly afraid of this e5. Yeah, e5. Wait a second. Now this is something else. I don't know what is this.
But Arthur's is not d5 pawn weakness. Like, let's say we trade everything on e5. And then...
Yeah, precisely. I mean, precisely, Katie. I think this is precisely the reason why you don't need to include bishop g5. Why you need to play knight e2. Because now after e5, this pawn on d5 is not well protected.
And in that position, queen stands on f7 and it protects
Exactly. So this bishop g5 made quite a bit sense because you include the bishop in the game before you retreat with the knight, but apparently it also protects the pawn on d5.
Anastasia should purchase your chessable course indeed for the future.
Maybe she already has it. You don't know that.
Maybe she has it, yes. That's true. Yeah, for attacking the knight, if you get knight d3, then rook e8, queen e8, bishop d5 loses the pawn, so bishop g4 is very strong intermediate move which connects the rooks on the back rank.
I mean, there's so many tricks here. What about queen a4, knight e3, rook e8, and bishop d5 here? I can't calculate it very quickly what happens there.
Knight c6?
Yeah, knight c6. This is the safe move. You're right, Katie. Absolutely. Although knight e3 looks very tempting. Such a beautiful square on d3. It's polished. It's prepared for the incoming arrival of the knight. But unfortunately, there's the rook takes on e8 and bishop d5. And I think right now, Priyanka is going to definitely spend something like 30 seconds, maybe 40 seconds. Try to figure out, can she afford to go to d3 or she has to play it safe? And there's also some other potential moves. Maybe there's something like bishop d7 here. What about bishop d7? Intermezzo move, then play knight e3. But after bishop d7, you have to play queen a5. Okay, she plays something else.
Knight d7. That keeps the eye on d3 square because knight c5, knight d3 is something out there she wants still to play.
Yeah, from this perspective, it does make sense. Queen b5 also makes sense. Keeping the pawn on b7, the pawn on d5.
Oh, I love that move. Bishop d5 is a serious threat here.
That it is.
I don't like visually h3 move. How about that move to get rid of this bishop and to have this safety for the king on h2? And then knight f3.
Probably not happening now. Queen b5 marks a mistake. Is there some issues? It's perfectly normal to me. But I don't understand why it was necessary to include rook e8 to play queen b5. Queen b5 was already available.
Yeah. That's indeed a bit of a mystery because this allows black to have open a file and rook e2 will be such a strong threat. Like for instance, what
here
if
is
now
toying
rook
with
e2?
the fire. I think she was toying with the fire here. Rook e2 was almost asking to be played instead. She should be quite lucky that Priyanka instead was very defensive. Play bishop b7. Queen c5. White is still threatening a5. Maybe this is the second chance for Priyanka. Go aggressive with rook e2, rook d2. But the question is what happens there, Katy?
What about rook e2, then h6, bishop h4, and g5? If you take that, then queen f2 was there in the move. But now queen c5 is just guarding that.
I found the refutation of your idea, Katy.
Yeah. The queen was on b5.
Oh, you mean when the queen is on b5?
Yes.
Okay. So Priyanka wants to take care of white's threats first. That's why she plays bishop d7. That's why she plays rook c8 to make sure nothing is happening
bishop
there.
f8,
Maybe
bishop
now
c5
grab the pawn.
now.
This
going
makes
for that.
sense. Knight f3, knight
If
e4.
king h1, then h6, g5 is winning a piece, is not? h6? And then g5?
Already
Past the moment.
this moment is past us. Yeah, bishop c5, queen f1. I'm not sure what this bishop does on f5. Knight a4. Katy, does this position strike to you as something which could lead to a draw?
No, I think we're gonna have a decisive result, and somehow black stands really good to me. The time and all these weaknesses that white has in this position. So many ideas here actually to improve.
I don't know who is going to win this, but it's definitely not going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Not a draw. 100%.
Yeah, agree.
Probably we are wrong already. I already know how it goes.
Draw. Knight e5 is coming up. That's why Priyanka here is taking some time. Bishop d6 has been played to stop that happening. It's actually not stopping. Knight e5 is still a move to be played there, and then to undermine the pawn on d5. That was a big mistake, but it's played.
Watch out for bishop d5, e6, threat, the pawn on b2 cannot be taken. Black has to respond. Bishop e6, rook f6, rook e8, rook e6, bishop d5, bishop c4. You have to calculate that very quickly. The clock is ticking, tick-tock for Priyanka. She has to make a decision very quickly. Maybe knight b6. It's such an ugly move. You don't want to make it. Maybe it's something you simply have to do. Very big decision to be made
Bishop
here.
e3 is there with ideas to take on b6. So bishop e6 is a strong move.
So she calculated this entire line. I think there we are about to see rook takes on e6 and bishop takes on d5. I mean, what else? Maybe bishop c1.
Why this is not so bad actually for black? Because you're taking on c4 right away.
We saw that for a glimpse of a second. Rook takes on e6 was a big blunder apparently by Bodnaruk. It's such a common idea, but apparently it's a mistake. Not obvious if you ask me. I think the idea is that after b5, knight c4, black is simply winning the same game, and the bishop on g5 is simply a useless bishop.
Yeah, I understand that.
Oh, she lost some time. Bodnaruk forgot about the clock.
Oh, wow. Okay, we predicted that it's going to be a decisive result, at least we predicted that. But to flag here in this position was something that we could not imagine. Right now, we do have Bodnaruk in the situation that she has to win, Arthurs. Otherwise,
yeah, now the big question is who is the favorite in the bullet portion? I don't really know.
This is the first bullet game, right?
For who? For them? Yes, but I'm thinking, how did they play before in today's matchups? How many bullet games they already have played? Because I think it might be important who might
This
have
is the first bullet
woman.
game. Wait. This is a different match.
Between them, absolutely. What I mean, how many bullet games they have already played before today. This might be important because this is a different kind of beast. I mean, bullet is not blitz. It's definitely not 5+1. Different rules apply.
Yeah, Bodnaruk played
Flagging
way
rules.
more indeed. And Priyanka just got very important win here. She needs to not to lose the next games, but it's a very difficult task. Let's see how the game gonna go.
So, Katy, what is the right strategy when you are leading the match, a very close match with +1 score? What do you do?
The best is just to lose the memory that you are actually in lead and to play for win each game. And not to think that you are in lead, so just to play normal game, but that's very difficult to think of, that you need a draw and you look some moves which equalizes the position. So my suggestion would be just to play normal game.
Now again, black is tempted to grab this pawn on e3. So she's trying to calculate. Also, she is behind in the match. So that's why Bodnaruk is tempted to take on e3. No, the common sense prevails. She takes on g7 because the pawn on e3 seemingly is still a weakness. f5. All right.
F5 next move.
I guess she wants to play e4.
95,
Yeah,
93.
E5, E4, and G5 might be also an idea to trap the knight on H4. And this is precisely the reason why Priyanka is escaping with the knight on F3 while she can do it. Rook C1. What about the pawn on E3?
Take it. Take it.
And she takes it. Queen takes on E3. I would actually prefer to take with the knight to have some attacking chances, but Bodnaruk is going to take the pawn. Push forward E4.
Bishop 2. And I love how fast she's playing in this position. Knight on D2 is hanging. Oof.
That's a big fork on D3 there. Knight F4, G5, Knight H5. I think here Bodnaruk is about to equalize the score.
Yeah, 93 is unstoppable now. And Bishop D5 and this pawn is a desert here for the dinner. Oh my god.
I mean, I just love the speed how Bodnaruk is executing these moves. She just basically, you can feel the anger, determinedness of her, how she plays it out very quickly. It's like, listen, I so want to strike back in this match.
Yeah.
I'm not gone. I'm still here.
Wow.
All right.
Nicely done here.
Rook F2, E2, I think it seals the deal. As long as black doesn't blunder mate in one threat, Knight F7, the rook has to stand on F8.
She's going for that. E2 is coming. Rook to E1 and F3, Rook F1 makes it the end for white.
Yep, that's what it is. And indeed, Priyanka resigns. And now, before the final bullet game, the match result once again is level to 1.5 each. If we are not going to find out who is going to win this losers bracket final match between Bodnaruk and Priyanka in the game 6 or the second game of the bullet portion, we might actually see the Armageddon again.
That's right. Another Armageddon. Here we have once again this type of positions, but now we have the pawn on F4 and Bodnaruk chose to play this type of setup here. Castle on the long side. Shall we see that or not?
Yep.
Oh, Bishop E2 first.
Castle long.
Castle long.
Just do it.
G4. Yes. Yeah, she's going for that. And she knows nothing about chess. Give it back to G4. There we go. We're suggesting all the bad moves to Bodnaruk.
This is exactly what we love for a bullet game. Somebody's about to get checkmated here. And the engine doesn't really like Bodnaruk's chances. I guess black is slightly faster. Queen A5, Knight B6. What about black's threats here? Also, what is thinking about F6?
How about C3, B takes C3 and Queen A5 after? But anyway, Queen A5 is on the board. That's the correct move. If B3, the knight goes on B6.
Oh, this is looking really bad for Bodnaruk. Now, black still has a very, very strong attack at the queen side, and that's why she has nothing to lose. F6 go totally crazy at the king side. Try to open up the king side with threats like, what?
C3 is a blunder.
How is it a blunder? It makes perfect sense.
It makes a perfect sense to me too.
Maybe Queen D3, Knight G5 is an unstoppable threat.
And Queen D3. Oh, it's not the move? Oh, no. Queen E1, Queen
what was the move
Queen
then?
E1, Queen H4.
Oh. Fine, but Queen D3 makes a lot of sense. Knight X on A4, Knight G5. Oh my goodness, these are such fireworks in a decisive bullet game to determine who is going to qualify for the main event of the Women's Speeches Championship.
Arthur's.
Would have had a better script.
There was Queen E1, Queen H4, G5, and Bishop D3 checkmating on H7. But that's true. If you say so.
There you go. There's Knight G5.
Yeah.
Hitting with a mate threat on H7, Bishop G5. Engine says black is winning. Queen A3 is still Bishop C1. There's no mate. Is there some B3, Knight B4 ideas? No, Knight A5 is a miss. Knight C4. Apparently black still has the killing attack while white is very slow with her threats.
Knight A3? Knight A3? Bishop
Oh,
takes,
that's it.
queen takes?
That's it. You can't take it. That's a mate on the board. And king e1, knight c2, knight a3. Black has at least a draw, but she should be winning this somehow. Where's the win? I think knight c2 and b3. This is the killing blow. That's it. That's it.
And now take again. c2.
Priyanka is winning this. Somehow.
Queen a2, bishop b7 or something like bishop a6.
Bishop a6 still keeps the game alive for the moment. King d2. King b1. Bodnaruk is making miracles here. 3 seconds for Priyanka. Rook c2, queen b3.
Oh.
And the game continues.
It's a draw?
No. I mean, Black is having a couple of extra pawns, so still should be excellent winning chances for the Indian player. She was in a moment of danger there because she had something like 2-3 seconds in a very sharp position and a little time
if
to
she
figure
wins
out the
this,
details.
we will not see another bullet game here because she wins the match.
Yes, this is it. This is not going to be a draw.
f4, all the pawns are going forward. The 2 rooks on the board.
I think Priyanka's got this. The plan is really simple. Push forward the f-pawn, rook g1, and that's it. That's it. Black promotes the pawn and rook takes an h4. Desperate final move of Bodnaruk. It's not going to change anything.
That's going to be checkmate in 2 moves. And rook a2 now is a checkmate. Rook a1 did the job.
Priyanka wins. That's what it means.
Wait,
so
Arthur,
she qualifies for the main event.
3 to 2.5. Why is that?
Because that's the score.
And this was the second game, right?
This was the second bullet game, and that's it. So Priyanka.
Somehow I thought we have another game.
No. It's enough.
Okay.
It's enough. So Priyanka officially has won her final match of the losers bracket against Anastasia Bodnaruk. A very crazy match, and somehow Bodnaruk just didn't really get in the game after this unsuccessful opening phase. Long castle. We were craving to see this move after the opening, but apparently the Indian player was much better in the rising complications.
That's it. So we have seen today a lot of dramas. We have seen 2 Armageddon games, and also some of these games were incredibly interesting. But in the end, we had a very level match, and Priyanka just managed to win the last 2 games. I think Arthur's, the reason of that might be that she had extra time to rest today, while Bodnaruk was playing very tough match against Latau pawn, and this can be the factor that Bodnaruk lost the last games because of the tiredness.
Who knows? All that matters, I guess, is the final score. So Priyanka was the slightly better player. So once again, congratulations to both of the players. Yes. Nutaki, Priyanka, and Polina Shuvalova, who emerged to be the victors of the both brackets, winners and losers bracket. And they're going to join the 6 invited players of the Women's Peaches Championship year 2023. Here you see Kateryna Lagno, the reigning champion, Ho Yifan, 4 times world champion, and also the winner of the 2021 edition, Alexandra Kostanyuk, Valentina Gunina, Harika Dranavali, and of course the young sensation Vaishali. They're already waiting for Shuvalova and Priyanka in the main event, which is starting actually pretty soon.
It's starting very soon. 13th of November will be the first match of the Women's Chess Championship. But before that, let's take a look. What was the prize fund for the qualifiers? We had $2,500 total prize fund of the qualifiers. We have Polina Shuvalova and Priyanka getting $500 and the qualification to the main event. We have the prizes for all the 8 players who qualified to the knockout stage. And wow,
and of course,
what a day.
Yeah, of course, we have to also thank for the main partner, Julius, Baer, who made it possible. Being a big supporter of chess events lately, this time also for the Women's Peaches Championship. And yeah, this prize fund of $75,000 overall, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger every year, Kateryna.
better and better for the chess players. Indeed, we love to see all these tournaments happening. It's a lot of joy for our viewers, and big thanks to our viewers on Twitch and also on YouTube, and to be our third commentator, chat. Also big thanks to our producing team helping us on the background of this show, and big thanks to you, Arthurs, for all this exciting commentary that you are providing to the chess tournaments. Any final words?
I just enjoy this. It didn't really feel we're commentating. We're having the best seats here. Only popcorn was missing, so a lot of action, and I think it definitely served as a proper appetizer before the main event, the main meal, which is winning for us, because there the viewers, you're going to get more 5+1, 3+1, 1+1 portion games. There's going to be a timer. I'm sure you already know how it works, so it's starting in several days. But as for me, yeah, it's been a pleasure, Katie, and
we'll see you in Italy.
I'll be seeing you soon, actually. See you in Italy, yeah.
Working for the World Youth Championship together. I'm looking forward to that too. And yeah, it's final. Goodbye from us, guys. It's a big pleasure to be here and commentating these amazing games. But now we have to call it a day and say goodbye.
Bye-bye.